Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing the commentary circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test, test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. Testing the commentary circuit. So, testing the commentary circuit ahead of IBA.PRO 12. Testing the commentary circuit ahead of IBA.PRO 12. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. On the visual display, it's now peaking in red. Microphone loud. Please adjust the mix. So, what else I can do from my side? Adjusting the level so it doesn't peak in red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That seems to have amended it. No longer peaking in red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing the commentary circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing the commentary circuit. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test, test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing the commentary circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Standing by.
Добрый вечер, дамы и господа! Приветствуем вас в Самарском академическом театре оперы и балета имени Дмитрия Шостаковича в рамках форума «Россия. Спортивная держава. Международная ассоциация бокса». Президент IBA Умар Назарович Кремлев, промоутер Ал Сиеста при поддержке ведущего автодилера России Рольф представляют вашему вниманию грандиозный вечер бокса Винлайн IBA.PRO 12. В нашей программе 8 зубодробительных поединков, в том числе главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона IBA Intercontinental Хорхе Форте, Испания, против Павла Сосулина, Россия. И прежде чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в этот ринг, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России и WBA Сергей Хурсанов, Россия. Судьи и рефери Дмитрий Болдырев, Илья Килунин, Семен Стахеев и Сергей Журкин, все Россия. Хронометрист турнира Михаил Куликов, доктор в рингсайде Виктория Гамеева. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, то мы готовы! Представляю вашему вниманию первый поединок нашего вечера и под ваши аплодисменты. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, представляющий Демократическую Республику Конго, Мардоче KUVESA.
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to Samara in southwest Russia, where you join us at the historic Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House, one of the largest Russian musical theatres, normally a home to the fine arts, but tonight it is the noble art of self-defense that takes center stage as we are on hand for IBA.PRO 12, this latest installation of this innovative IBA concept, which allows boxers from the 3-round code from the IBA World of Tournament Boxing and the Olympics to test themselves against other top operators over durations longer than 3 rounds, no vests, and it doesn't necessarily have to go on one's record. So very much a dip of the toe in the water. We see making his way to the ring or into his corner for his first contest is Mardoche KUVESA.
А сейчас, дамы и господа, под ваши аплодисменты добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Боксер из России, приветствуйте, Игорь SVIRIDCHENKOV.
And KUVESA's opponent is Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV, undefeated as a professional, having made his debut on the last IBA Pro event in St. Petersburg, a highly decorated amateur, 2-time Russian national champion in 2022 and 2024, participated in the European Championships in Belgrade last year. And at the most recent edition of the World Championships in Tashkent, he was a 5th placed quarter-finalist.
Итак, дамы и господа, представляю участников первого поединка нашего вечера. И первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 32 года, рост 177 сантиметров, официальный вес 69,8 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 26 боев, 17 побед, 8 поражений при 1 ничьей, 2 победы нокаутом. Представляющий Киншасу, Демократическая Республика Конго, Мардоче KUVESA. Его сопернику справа от меня в золотом углу 24 года. Его рост 181 сантиметр, официальный вес также 69,8 килограмма. Он мастер спорта международного класса, двукратный чемпион России с профессиональным рекордом 1 бой. В нем одержана победа нокаутом из Воронежа, Россия. Приветствуйте, Игорь SVIRIDCHENKOV. Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдырев.
Gentlemen, listen to my call, follow the rules, tie gloves. Готовы? Угол. Готовы?
So a brief look at the tail of the tape between these two boxers. In about at 69.9 kilograms, Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV of Russia against Mardoche KUVESA of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Box.
And round away then. This a contest made at 69.9 kilograms. Both boxers went comfortably inside the limit. Scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Boxer wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, working the body effectively in the opening 20 seconds of this first round. is Mardoche KUVESA, 26 bouts in his career, having made his debut back in November of 2009. 17 wins, two of them inside the distance, 8 defeats and a draw. His opponent is at the other end of his professional career, the nascent stages of his tenure in the pro ranks, as he shoots out an authoritative left jab. And that is Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV. He's trying to establish the range behind that lead left, but KUVESA clearly showing that he knows his way around the boxing ring, jabbing effectively off the ropes. But look at the difference in the terms of the velocity of those lead left hands. Just changing angle in front of his man is SVIRIDCHENKOV. We approach the halfway stage of this opening round, and that jab to the body taking a rather circuitous route back to the on-guard position from KUVESA. And for a fast-fisted operator like SVIRIDCHENKOV, that could well be countered effectively. Parrying the incoming fire effectively is SVIRIDCHENKOV. And again, you see the roundhouse right. He turned into a roundhouse right because it's almost coming back from the kneecap from KUVESA as the two men exchanging stiff lead left jabs. Looking to double up the left hand was SVIRIDCHENKOV, went jab to the chest, then dropped down to the body before coming back with a left hook upstairs. There's a beautiful lead left hook from SVIRIDCHENKOV. KUVESA tried to counter. Lead left hook again, but beautiful left hook to the body from KUVESA, landing just above the belt line of his opponent. And it's been a busy, brisk start in the opening round. So KUVESA looking to get over the front foot. Again, working the body very well indeed. Looking to soften the man up downstairs in a bid to bring those hands down and then maybe go to work up top later on. Again, rapier-like lead left from SVIRIDCHENKOV.
10 seconds.
So just measuring the gap with his left jab to conclude that round was Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV. KUVESA having his moments of success in the first round of this contest.
С разноименным забрать. Дёрни, ты ж видишь, он дергается. Дёрни, в этот момент зайди за спину, оттуда ударь. Разнообразие, разнообразие. Понял? Разнообразие. Все, так и работает. Чувствуешь возле него, ты ж чувствуешь, что тебе комфортно. Все, как бы, опасности ты не ощущаешь. Но внимательно всегда, понял? Чтоб ни головой, ни локтем тебя не поданул нигде. Все, разнообразие. Бам-бам. Прям понял? Разнообразие. Давай, давай, больше живот. Давай.
Второй раунд.
Box.
So we move into the second round of a scheduled 6th. SVIRIDCHENKOV, just the slightly taller of the two men, operating behind high-held gloves now. There is an avenue of opportunity perhaps beneath his elbows, and intelligently, KUVESA dropping down, trying to exploit what appeared to be an open route to the body. But again, you see the active defense with the hands from SVIRIDCHENKOV, parrying, blocking, knocking away the incoming shots that have fired toward his upper body and chin. Beautiful left jab again, and it was cracked out like a whiplash into the face of KUVESA. He took it well, retained his boxing stance. The two men just feeling on the edge of range. The leaping left hook was inaccurate, but he followed up with a stiff left jab immediately thereafter, did SVIRIDCHENKOV, as KUVESA looking to get busy with a combination. Beautiful double jab downstairs from KUVESA, countered by a jab to the chin from SVIRIDCHENKOV. And again, he's scoring downstairs effectively, is KUVESA. First contest in Europe for KUVESA. He's fought across the entire mighty continent of Africa, from in Ghana in the west, multiple contests in his home city of Kinshasa. DR Congo, left hook was a forceful shot, landed on the inside from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Fought in South Africa and also in the east in Tanzania. One bout outside of Africa was in Dubai, and here he is fighting in Europe for the first time at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. Acquitting himself very well through the first round, and 2 minutes of this round as he scored with that 3-shot salvo, ending with a left hook to the body. SVIRIDCHENKOV just continuing to process what's in front of him. He's seeking to fight extensively on the perimeter of the ring. As I say that, KUVESA comes forward and does score effectively again to the body. Again, see that jab coming back down to the belt line. He's reaching for it, and then he's dropping down before it gets back to his on-guard position. It's as though he's fighting out of the half-cover guard, protecting his body rather than his chin. Got his head tucked down. I just wonder if he keeps bringing it back on that circuitous route like that, whether the open chin is going to be countered by an overhand right. Leaping left hook attempted once again from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Missing with the left hook on the inside was KUVESA. Effective defense in the pocket by tucking up behind his shoulder from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Conclude the action in that second round. So some of the action from round number 2. It was the inaccurate left hook, but then look at the stiff left jab that cracked home on KUVESA's chin after he evaded the first shot from the left flank. So we move into the third round. 69.9 kilograms. Super welterweight, light middleweight in old money, 154 pounds. Oh, that's a beautiful burst of punches, punctuated by a left hook upstairs, and it caused KUVESA to become disorganized. He's putting his punches together effectively, but when SVIRIDCHENKOV chooses to let his hands go, his shots just appear far more authoritative than those of his opponents from DR Congo. That's 2 knockouts in the 17 wins for KUVESA, for a rather modest 12% KO ratio, but again has won far more than he's lost. But SVIRIDCHENKOV brings so much pedigree as he lands another short-range left hook twice in quick succession. SVIRIDCHENKOV then a right hand over the top, and these punches beginning to have seemingly an increasingly pronounced effect. And dare I say it, KUVESA's punches appear to be becoming a little bit more ponderous after he absorbed that flurry of leather from SVIRIDCHENKOV in the first minute of this third round. But he's continuing to compete. SVIRIDCHENKOV continuing to mature. The 24-year-old, far more musculature on his frame than when we saw him previously, which was only a few weeks ago in St. Petersburg on the IBA.PRO stage, IBA.PRO 10. Since then, the IBA.PRO show has been in the Philippines, in that commemorative event featuring Muhammad Ali's grandson in the city where they held the Thriller in Manila. Good right uppercut twice turned underneath by KUVESA, but then look at the, again, heavier punches snapped out by SVIRIDCHENKOV. They appear to be far more impactful when he lets his hands go. Scoring jab to the body from KUVESA was countered by a two-shot salvo on his jaw as he was reaching down low. That's always a risk when throwing a body shot. And again, given the comparatively ponderous nature of his punches, that risk was exploited by SVIRIDCHENKOV. He spins neatly off the ropes. Scores with a right hand lead. Followed up with a left hook. But he's not showing any signs of being in distress. KUVESA, as the 10-second clapper sounds, he's continuing to compete. I just think the man doing the more effective work, as both men made to miss during that attempt to trade off, is SVIRIDCHENKOV. So some of the action from that round. KUVESA again working the body effectively. What I've said caused KUVESA to become disorganized actually ended up being a forearm shiver. See him catching him with the crook of the forearm rather than the correct knuckle part of the glove. Did follow up the good right hand to the body though, but then look at KUVESA's effectiveness through the middle. Then watch the response from SVIRIDCHENKOV. He responded with the same uppercut. It just appears to have a little bit more pop on it. We enjoy some of the action from that third round. So into the second half of this 6-round contest we go. The third round represented, or this fourth round represents brand new territory for SVIRIDCHENKOV. Accomplished 3-round boxer in the IBA format, of course. Quarter finalist. Just got a brief timeout called by the referee. Some attention required to the left glove. Laces just sneaking out from beneath that binding tape. But SVIRIDCHENKOV losing to the eventual silver medalist at the World Championships in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Of course, we've got the latest edition of the World Champs scheduled for Dubai at the end of the year. Promises to be a real extravaganza. $300,000 is what the gold medalist in all of the weight divisions will receive. SVIRIDCHENKOV will revert back to the 3-round format again and look to enjoy more success, having competed on the continental stage and the world stage in recent years. Nice overhand right from SVIRIDCHENKOV just a few moments ago. KUVESA, as he's demonstrated all bout long, seeking to fire back and answer immediately there. KUVESA getting onto the front foot, but just a little inaccurate with his forward foray. Right hand lead followed by a whipping left hand from SVIRIDCHENKOV. That left hand, just a little reminiscent of the way Dmitry Bivol throws his punches. So whipping it out from the shoulder. Now SVIRIDCHENKOV, for the first time in the contest, getting up on his toes and circumnavigating the boxing ring. Double jab threatening to penetrate the glove defenses of SVIRIDCHENKOV from KUVESA. SVIRIDCHENKOV up on his toes once again, closes the gap on quick feet and fires out a rapid fire 2-shot salvo. KUVESA remaining defensively responsible, but again, look at the route back. The jab is taking. It's almost like a pendulum. Goes out, comes back down before getting back to the position where it started. And SVIRIDCHENKOV maybe just allowing him to get comfortable with that rather pendulous jab before he's going to whip over a right hand over the top. There it is right there. It was a short right hand landed while KUVESA was seeking to score downstairs to the body. Holding his feet, SVIRIDCHENKOV, digging in a left hand to the body while moving laterally to his right. So deep into the fourth round. Counter right hand right on cue from SVIRIDCHENKOV. KUVESA keeping his composure nicely, bobbing and weaving in front of his man, trying to shift those feet to change angle. a latter-day Jersey Joe Walcott for backing off and stepping back in with two punches, seeking to measure the distance, but just a little short. Round 4 in the books.
It's time. Now it's your time to shine. Add a bit more work, but think smart. Walk smart. Don't go straight forward. Good feels.
So plenty of encouragement in the corner of KUVESA, saying that this is his time to shine. They want a little more work, but they want him to continue thinking. He's demonstrated a good,
When he wants to throw
demonstrated good thinking and strategic approach in the contest to date. Always competitive. There was the counter right hand over the top of the low jab, and again ensuring that he got the better of the exchange. With the final word with that slapping left hook was SVIRIDCHENKOV.
Пятый раунд.
So into round number 5 then. Super welterweight, light middleweight action made at 69.9 kilograms or 154 pounds. Thrusting jab to the body scored once again, and nice head movements by leaning to his left demonstrated by KUVESA. Counter right hand again is an eye-catching shot from SVIRIDCHENKOV. You see him bracketing his head with his hands, and I'm just craning my neck to see whether he sustained a cut to his left eye, SVIRIDCHENKOV. See him dabbing at that left optic. Just trying to get a closer look as to whether there's a trace of blood. Big swing and a miss with the left hook and a crisp two-shot counter combination from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Then a flicking jab, almost landing with the back of the hand from around his pecs. Changing his feet to southpaw in front of his man, now coming forward behind a right jab, digs the left hand to the body. And again, still not managed to get a closer look at that left eye. Is he turning southpaw to keep the left eye out of harm's way by making it further away from his opponent? I think there is indeed a cut to the left eye. So that's why the referee has called time. Well, actually, to get the laces adjusted once again.
Okay. Timing. Box.
So halfway through this penultimate round. Beautiful defensive move to employ the layback and then come back with that two-shot combination. KUVESA catapulting off the ropes and letting out that feather-light jab once again, just seeking to touch his opponent with it. Three-shot combination launched with bent arm shots from SVIRIDCHENKOV. You see really incessant use of the jab from KUVESA. His corner team told him it was his time to shine, wanted him to get a little bit busier, and he's seeking to carry out their instructions. But SVIRIDCHENKOV just looking to back him up to the neutral corner. Black and gold corners in effect on the IBA.PRO stage, remember, rather than the traditional red and blue. Those punches touching downstairs for KUVESA. Again, there's evidence of the reddening around the left eye of SVIRIDCHENKOV. But if there is a nick as he reverts to the southpaw stance once again, now back to the north. Well, I thought he was going to change feet, but continuing to operate as a lefty. Now he's back in the orthodox stance. Closing seconds of this 5th round.
10 seconds.
Right hand over the top, just threatened to go into rabbit punch territory. An effective combination to conclude the round from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Or Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV, under the auspices of his coach Vladislav Nikitin, two-time Muay Thai world champion. Some of the action from the 5th round.
Он это не разрешил.
Последний раунд, руки пожать. Хорошо соперник.
So again, that rather
Получше, чтобы не останавливать. Хорошо?
languid jab countered effectively with that two-piece combination from SVIRIDCHENKOV. Right uppercut, left hook on the inside. Real quality punches from the Russian boxer. But KUVESA has competed manfully here. Never backed down, never sought to hide. He hasn't given a skittish appearance. He's a composed operator up in the boxing ring. But with just 3 minutes remaining, I think he's going to be trailing by a considerable distance and needs a massive final round and, of course, preferably a stoppage to ensure himself a victory here in this, his first contest in Europe. Oh, that's a solid right hand landed by SVIRIDCHENKOV, pushed off the back foot, got plenty of toe and hip and shoulder into it.
Stop. Break. Step back. Okay. Box.
So can KUVESA rally, up his tempo? There he's seeking to do exactly that, getting over that front foot. SVIRIDCHENKOV just using the space of the ring effectively, ghosting away before stepping back in with a crisp counter like that right hand lead over the top. Beautiful work to the body. Two straight jabs and hooks beneath the elbows from KUVESA. And again, you have to credit the man's competitive spirit because he has never stopped trying to win this contest. And even though he has the deeper level of professional experience, his balance just betraying him there. He's got his boxing stance back beneath him now, though. So despite possessing the deeper level of pro experience, SVIRIDCHENKOV is a really accomplished operator in the 3-round format, and that experience that he's built up facing a variety of opponents over the course of tournaments, well, I for one remain a huge advocate of success in the 3-round format on the continental stage. Of course, before that you start at grassroots when you first walk through the doors of a local club and work your way up through regional, then national and international competitions. Of course, there are exceptions at the highest level, but so many of the boxers who have gone on to become icons of the sport have enjoyed terrific success in the 3-round format. And on the flip side, there are some boxers with zero pedigree in the 3-round format who have gone on to become icons. Roberto Duran notable amongst them. So double jab off the back foot from KUVESA, continuing to pump it out, but you see that left hand from SVIRIDCHENKOV and how it backed up KUVESA before he then followed up with a single left hand to the body. SVIRIDCHENKOV digging it into the pec. He was looking for the same shot downstairs once again before employing the headlock. So closing seconds of the 6th and final round. KUVESA has acquitted himself very well indeed.
10 seconds.
Showed that he knows his way around the boxing ring, but I don't think that he's done enough to win this contest. And on the sound of the 10-second clapper, the crowd in attendance here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House just showing their appreciation for our show opener here on IBA.PRO 12. Well, I think that's a job well done for Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV against a spirited opponent. He boxed to order. And I think he's done enough to be declared a unanimous point decision victor here. On the IBA.PRO stage, we've got 3 scoring judges. They use the 10-point must system as we enjoy some of the action from our opening bout of the evening. Well, again, body language often so instructive, and it's pretty relaxed over in that gold corner because I think the boxer, Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV, his coach, Vladislav Nikitin, know that their man has done enough. But a commendable effort from Mardoche KUVESA of DR Congo. I'd be staggered if he's declared as the victor here. but he competed spiritedly throughout the entire 6 rounds. Picked up a bit of a knot above his left eye. There's that reddening around the left eye of SVIRIDCHENKOV, but hopefully the injuries sustained won't keep either man out of action longer than they would like. So our MC, Mr. Alexander Sadokov, taking up his position. Let's head up to him now and get the particulars at the conclusion on that 6-round contest.
Прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров, которые ярко открыли наш бойцовский вечер. И в этом бою единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающим поражений из золотого угла Игорь SVIRIDCHENKOV, Россия!
So Igor SVIRIDCHENKOV declared a unanimous points decision victor to remain undefeated on the IBA.PRO stage. Mardoche KUVESA, in his first contest in the continent of Europe, handed a points defeat. But again, on the IBA.PRO stage, it doesn't necessarily go on his record. Indeed, he may have a separate section for IBA.PRO bouts.
Спасибо большое, я всех приветствую. Хочу в первую очередь поблагодарить своего тренера Никитина Владислава Владимировича за подготовку, с которым он прошел весь этот путь со мной. Большое спасибо Эдуарду Викторовичу Кравцову за шанс выступать и показывать себя. Спасибо всем большое, что пришли. Папа, любимая, я всем вам передаю привет. Спасибо.
Игорь SVIRIDCHENKOV, дамы и господа.
So some of the highlights from our opening show of the evening. 8 bouts scheduled here on IBA.PRO 12, and that was a really key punch for SVIRIDCHENKOV. Thrusting, stiff, authoritative left jab. KUVESA let punches go in flurrying fashion as evidenced here, but just didn't possess as much pop on his punches to make SVIRIDCHENKOV uncomfortable or discourage him. But he competed from opening bell to last, did KUVESA, and who knows, we may well see him on the IBA.PRO stage again in future events.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее, и на очереди 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона WBA Asia в бриджервейте. И первым приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга боксер из Черногории Дилан Прашович.
So approaching the boxing ring is Dilan Prashovic, 30 years of age from Montenegro. And he brings to the ring a 28-bout record, 21 wins, 18 inside the distance, 7 defeats. All of those have been by the short routes as well. The former world title challenger taking up residence in the black corner.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте из Душанбе, Таджикистан, Davlat BOLTAEV.
Well, Davlat BOLTAEV, one of the best 3-round IBA boxers in the world. Bronze medalist from the Paris Olympic Games last summer in the heavyweight division, athletically bounding over that top rope. Ringside to commentate on that Olympiad, as I was at the Asian Games in Hangzhou, where he boxed his way all the way to continental gold at the Asian Games, and what a wonderful accompaniment being provided by the live orchestra here.
Раундов бокса за титул чемпиона WBA Asia в бриджервейте. Представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, рост 190 сантиметров, официальный вес 101,6 килограмма. Его впечатляющий рекорд насчитывает 28 боев, 21 победа, 7 поражений, 18 ярких побед нокаутом. Претендент на титул чемпиона мира WBO в первом тяжелом весе, представляющий Херцег Нови Черногория. Приветствуйте, Дилан Прашевич! Его сопернику в золотом углу 26 лет. Его рост 186 сантиметров, а вес 101 килограмм и 150 граммов. Он чемпион Азии среди молодежи, победитель азиатских игр, бронзовый призер Олимпийских игр в Париже. Его рекорд включает в себя 4 боя, 4 победы, 2 из них нокаутом. Из Душанбе, Таджикистан, Давлат BOLTAEV. Рефери поединка Семен Стахеев.
Gentlemen, box, listen to my comment. Shanghai, good luck.
So a final look at the tail of the tape in this battle for the WBA Asia Bridgerweight title between two accomplished operators indeed. The boxer on the left-hand side of the screen is Davlat BOLTAEV, the Olympic bronze medalist from Tajikistan, Asian Games gold medalist from the delayed event, the delayed Asiad in Hangzhou in China in 2023, employing the layback effectively against the man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, operating behind low-held hands, and that is Montenegro's Dilan Prashevic, 30 years of age, and the majority of his contests, win or lose, end inside the distance. Doesn't hear the final bell very often. 3 of his 21 wins have been on points. The other 18 have come before the final bell, and all 7 of his losses have been inside the distance as well. I was ringside when he challenged for the world title against Lawrence Okoli at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That was on the undercard of Anthony Joshua's first of 2 immediate contests against Alexander Usyk. Alexander Usyk ascending to the heavyweight championship of the world on that magical night in Tottenham in September of 2021. And on the undercard, Lawrence Okoli now competing as a heavyweight, having conquered as the WBO cruiserweight champion and a bridgerweight champion as well. But back then he was a cruiserweight champion of the world, the WBO kingpin, as BOLTAEV goes in search of a right hand over the top. And in that contest, BOLTAEV gave it a go, but was stopped in the 3rd round by London's Lawrence Okoli. And faced off against another Brit back in the UK as Isaac Chamberlain stopped him in the opening round. But he does let his hands go. Possessing plenty of pop on his punches. Double jab right hand success for Prashevic. BOLTAEV stalking his man, right hand over the top, spins him around and deposits him on the canvas. Terrific punch picking from Davlat BOLTAEV.
6, 7, 8, okay?
Prashevic back up on his feet, having beaten the count. He's got 30 seconds to negotiate. How will he choose to go through this final 30 seconds of the round? Will he seek to fight fire with fire? Here he's buying a little bit of time after the intervention of the referee, Mr. Semyon Stankiev. Good punch picking again. It's another roundhouse right. Went down to the body first, came back with the right hand upstairs. And PRASOVIC looks as though he's not going to beat the count.
7.
Clambering back to his feet, but he's looking incredibly weary, and the referee has waved it off. Davlat BOLTAEV, the undefeated professional through 4 contests, makes it back-to-back first-round wins on the IBA.PRO stage. In his most recent outing in July of this year, he stopped Solomon Adebayo in the opening round, and here he has done the exact same thing to the former world title challenger, Dilan PRASOVIC. Job done in the most efficient fashion, right hands doing the damage, sending PRASOVIC to the floor, and when he gamely got back to his feet and beat the count, well, BOLTAEV was patient, ultimately deposited him on the canvas for what proved to be the second and final time. So job done for Davlat BOLTAEV, and that means he has claimed the Continental crown in the Bridgerweight division. The WBA Asia Bridgerweight title now belongs to him. Bridgerweight implemented recently at 224 pounds. Let's listen in to Alexander Sedokov.
Заслуженный мастер спорта России по боксу, чемпион России, Европы, мира и Олимпийских игр, экс-чемпион мира WBA среди профессионалов в первом тяжелом весе Евгений Тищенко.
Oh, there's the 2016 Olympic champion, IBA world champion. Tищенko is in the house, and he is on hand to present the prize. Ringside at Rio Centro Pavilion 6 to see this man claim Olympic gold in the heavyweight division. Commentated on that tournament. Kazakhstan wrecking ball that he beat to claim Olympic gold. So what a wonderful moment for Davlat BOLTAEV. He's waiting to receive that prize from Evgeny Tищенко.
Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Семен Стахиев остановил бой на отметке 2 минуты и 56 секунд стартового раунда. Таким образом, победу нокаутом одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Asia в Бриджервейте из Душанбе, Таджикистан, Davlat BOLTAEV.
So Davlat BOLTAEV claiming that WBA Asia Bridgerweight crown with a first round stoppage against Dilan PRASOVIC. Mentioned the fact that his bouts seldom go the distance. Now all 8 of his defeats in the pro code have come inside the distance. So replay operators in production could probably run the whole fight. So efficient was the knockout from Davlat BOLTAEV. Take a look at some of the action. Very loose, relaxed fighter, but there was the right hand, the roundhouse variety, and sent his man to the floor, and then when he got back to his feet, another right hand that sent him to the canvas, what proved to be the second and final time. Not much in the way of defense coming from Dilan PRASOVIC. Hit twice by right hands in the opening round. Unable to beat the count. Indeed, the referee dispensed with the count before reaching 10. Seeing that PRASOVIC was in no condition to continue. There was a moment of confirmation, shortly followed by a presentation of the WBA Asia Bridgerweight title of the 2016 Olympic champion, 2015 world champion in the IBA format, Evgeny Tищенko of Russia.
I'm a beast when you turn me on. Into the future, Cybertron. Harder, faster, better, stronger. Sexy ladies, extra longer. Cause we gotta beat that bounce. We gotta beat that pound. We gotta beat that 808. That boom boom in your town. People in the place. If you wanna get down, put your hands up. We're just a beat, yeah. I'll be rocking them beats.
Расправь широко свои крылья, глубоко вдыхай этот утренний воздух. Ветер унесет с собой сомнения, как ты. Один шаг покажется милью, только этот шаг будет самым серьезным. Время разжигать огонь и выходить из темноты. Там, где ты ковал себя днем и ночью, истинный воин, не зная боли, с верой и молитвы на устах, с душой закаленной и взглядом волчьим, соткан из духа и силы воли. Иди, забери свой пьедестал, покидая дом на багровом рассвете, длинную тропой долгожданной победе. Дух бойца в твоих глазах, освещая путь свой подобно комете, страху не сломать его волю к победе. Путь бойца только до конца, покидая дом на багровом рассвете, длинную тропой долгожданной победе. Дух бойца в твоих глазах, освещая путь свой подобно комете, страху не сломать его волю к победе. Путь бойца только до конца. Душа твоя словно темница, там, где гладиатора сердце стучится, сложнее бой собственной тенью внутри нас один на один. Не просто взмыть небо, как птица, только тяжелее, взлетев, не разбиться. Но ты не из тех, кто свернет с предначертанного пути. Ведь ты же ковал себя днем и ночью, истинный воин, не зная боли, с верой и молитвы на устах, с душой закаленной и взглядом волчьим, соткан из духа и силы воли. Иди, забери свой пьедестал, покидая дом на багровом рассвете, длинную тропой к долгожданной победе. Дух бойца в твоих глазах, освещая путь свой подобно комете, страху не сломать его волю к победе. Ведь путь бойца только до конца, покидая дом на багровом рассвете, длинную тропой к долгожданной победе. Дух бойца в твоих глазах, освещая путь свой подобно комете, страху не сломать его волю к победе. Путь бойца только до конца.
Дамы и господа, певица Юни с композицией «Дух бойца». Дамы и господа, ну а мы идем далее, и на очереди 6-раундовый бой в тяжелом весе. Первым приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга боксер из России Денис ГУБАРЕВ.
So the live brass band in full effect once again here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. And making his way to the ring, Denis GUBAREV. From right here in Russia. Out of this 6-round contest designated as an IBA.PRO event, which means it will not necessarily appear on his pro record. 6-bout professional is GUBAREV, 4 wins and 2 losses.
Он также представляет Россию. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте Basir ABAKAROV!
His opponent is Basir ABAKAROV, an undefeated professional through 11 bouts, having made his debut way back in April of 2017. He's got lots of experience in kickboxing as well. This shaping up to be a contest between 2 towering boxers in the heavyweight division. Each of them stand around 6 feet 5 inches tall.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 6 раундов бокса в тяжелом весе. В дело вступают по-настоящему большие парни, во время поединка которых мы традиционно рекомендуем вам не моргать, а то пропустите все самое интересное. Представляю боксеров и первым бойца слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, его рост 195 сантиметров, а вес 110 килограммов и 650 граммов. Он мастер спорта России с профессиональным рекордом 6 боев, 4 победы при 2 поражениях, 2 победы нокаутом. Дамы и господа, из Москвы, Россия, Денис GUBAREV! Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу ринга, 33 года. Рост 198 сантиметров, официальный вес 107 килограммов и 850 граммов. Он чемпион России, Европы и мира по кикбоксингу, заслуженный мастер спорта, и его рекорд безупречен. 11 боев, 11 побед, 9 из них досрочно, представляющий Избербаш, Дагестан, Россия, Basir ABAKAROV!
So both men to center ring for the final instructions. Sergei Zhirkin, the third man in the middle.
Голову выше, ниже пояса, не бить, не держать. Слушайте, выполнять команды. Удачи.
So here's a look at the tail of the tape then. Confirmation that each of these men standing around the 6'5" mark. And it promises to be a really intriguing affair. It's scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. These 2 heavyweights seeking to make an impression among the big men. You can see that it's ABAKAROV, the man wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold, who is the slightly taller of the 2. He's the man with the kickboxing background, hasn't been in a professional boxing ring since he beat the fantastically named Big Sexy Sean Turner out of Ireland. He was out of the ring for a long time before that. Some 5 years out of the ring, and that was back in 2023. Stopped Sean Turner right here in Russia in the 3rd round of a contest scheduled for 6. And again, he brings that kickboxing background into his pugilism. The man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is Denis GUBAREV, 26 years of age, born in Yekaterinburg, resides in Lyubertsy. Both men just seeking to establish the range through the first half of this opening round. Beautiful punch picking with straight shots from GUBAREV, getting in between the high-held gloves of ABAKAROV. ABAKAROV just operating from that low held guard and bringing up the jab from beneath the line of sight. George Groves was a former outstanding kickboxer, former WBA super middleweight champion of the world, and he used to operate in a similar fashion. So many operators who have gone on to big things in professional boxing have a background in kickboxing. The WBC heavyweight champion of the world, Vitaly Klitschko, now on the political scene, but he too a former kickboxer. You can see that low held left as he just swinging it in front of his quad and then snapping it out as he gets more comfortable in the opening round. ABAKAROV in an altogether more conventional style, hands bracketing his head, rolling inside the punches and looking to uncoil with combinations. Just as he's doing there was GUBAREV, looking out a jab to the body, but didn't quite get full purchase on it. Change of lead lefts, neither man particularly accurate during the attempted trade-off. Solid jab once again, and good defensive maneuver with the right hand to answer the telephone and get that right forearm up in a defensive position to fire, to ward off the incoming left hook that was slung in by ABAKAROV. Some of the action from the opening round. Each man seeking to establish their lead left hand. Slapping left hook landed by GUBAREV. Then as the round progressed, that shot, the left jab from around the quad, was cracked out repeatedly by ABAKAROV. So it was an effective shot indeed.
Box.
So into the second round then. This heavyweight contest scheduled for 6th, and right on cue to begin the second round is that lead left stick once again. And look at the contrast in how GUBAREV fires out his left jab. Something that you'll see from the textbook, from the coaching manual. Seeks to roll his way inside once again. The man working at close quarters with any particular effectiveness. It can be a real deterrent, that jab from around the hip. Again, like so many former kickboxers, you can see ABAKAROV so comfortable in employing that layback, putting so much weight on the back foot, and again putting combinations together now, perhaps for the first time in the contest, just beyond a minute gone in this second round. Just trying to get a closer look at the right eye of GUBAREV to see whether he's sustained an injury. ABAKAROV to turn a right uppercut underneath. GUBAREV is letting his hands go on the inside now. Man we saw presenting the WBA Asia Bridgerweight title belt just a few moments ago, Evgeny Tishenko. He's around the same height as these two boxers, and he was a terrific inside fighter. Just an unfurl uppercuts, just as ABAKAROV did there, despite his long levers. A comparatively stringy appearance compared to some of the more muscular operators up at 90 kilograms and above. But Riddick Bowe, the 1988 Olympic silver medalist, he too, 6'5" out of Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York. He too was a magnificent inside fighter despite his towering stature and long limbs. So, continuing to cut a relaxed figure is ABAKAROV. Again, hasn't spent much time in the boxing ring. Having been away since July of 2023. We get a closer look at the reddening around the face of GUBAREV. But plenty of combat experience in that kickboxing discipline.
Не толкать, не толкать.
Left hand slung into the body from GUBAREV. And now both men seeking to get some more leverage onto their shots, but you just get the sense that ABAKAROV, oh, that's a nice counter right uppercut attempt, but then there was a left hook which came in immediately after it from GUBAREV. Terrific exchange in the middle of the boxing ring in the closing stages of this round.
Потом поддавливаешь, жди его движения. На его движение наслаиваешь. Быстро ответная форма со смещением постоянно. Не пропускай. В середине не должен пропустить ни одного движения. Вот. Потом поплавочек. У него в это время сейчас левая рука очень низко. Не спеши, подготовься.
There's the counter right uppercut from ABAKAROV. Scored to unfurl that on a couple of occasions in this round, but GUBAREV showing that he is here to fight, seeks to answer back immediately. ABAKAROV, he continues to find his range, looking for that counter right uppercut repeatedly during the course of that second round.
Басир, не держать. Шаг назад, шаг назад. Бокс.
So to round number 3 then. Stiff jab snapped out by ABAKAROV. But then look at that rapid fire double jab at mid-range from GUBAREV.
Не держим, Басир, не держать.
Referee Mr. Sergei Zherdkin aligned the two boxers to work on the inside. While the slapping with the left hand there was GUBAREV.
Stop!
Oh dear me.
Команду слушай.
Clear commands of stop from the referee, Mr. Sergei Zherdkin, but completely disregarding them was Basir ABAKAROV. Putting his man on the ropes and helping himself to a couple of what were effectively free shots. I say effectively because even though he had stopped fighting, GUBAREV was still defending himself.
Не держим, Басир, не держим. Головами аккуратно.
So really putting some back foot into that lead left hand now is ABAKAROV. Continuing to press his way forwards is GUBAREV, but neither man particularly accurate for any sustained period. That's a lovely lead left jab once again. No, that is such a damaging and, dare I say, discouraging shot. By the time it arrives at his target, it is loaded with leverage. And again, it's as though you're snapping a chain or a whip, and by the time you pull on it, the tip of that whip at the other end really does snap out with some force and can inflict serious damage.
Шаг назад, шаг назад.
That's the manner in which Basir ABAKAROV is throwing that lead left hand. Counter right uppercut was really effective for him in the second round. But again, both men seemingly so committed to their offense that increasingly they're finding themselves in that posture once the initial foray is completed. As we see here, shoulder to shoulder, chest to chest. There was a nice left hook down to the body from ABAKAROV. But GUBAREV, he too, remember, around 6 feet 5 inches tall at 1.95 meters. So not suggesting he's ideally suited for operating in that type of territory, but he's slightly shorter. At least that's what the eye test suggests. So maybe a little more comfortable operating at close range than his taller opponents. But of course, at this height, he's going to be taller than most of the boxers at his weight, so perhaps the inside game isn't something that either man practices extensively. You see a flurry of punches attempted by ABAKAROV just before the bell to conclude round number 3. And on a command of stop, each man reluctant to disengage once again. 3 rounds in the book, taking us to the halfway stage of this contest that's scheduled for 6.
Что не надо делать. В него не надо защиту делать. Понял меня? Ударил, отскочил, ударил, в сторону ушел. Услышал меня? Он вообще, он тоже устал. Он больше тебя устал. Давай.
some of the action from that third round. It got rather untidy at times, heads coming together on the inside, the two men bumping chest and shoulders. Physical encounter. Neither man really showing consistent quality at close range. Another flurry of punches from ABAKAROV. Thought to push his man back.
Samara, поддержите боксера.
Будешь держать, накажу. Стоп, стоп. По затылку аккуратно. Окей? Бокс.
So 3 rounds completed, a potential 3 rounds remain in this IBA.PRO contest scheduled for 6. And again, this won't necessarily appear on the professional records of the two boxers in the event that they don't want them to.
Шаг назад. Держишь. Бокс.
So IBA.PRO, in addition to giving us terrifically competitive contests,
Не разговаривать.
opportunity is there for those who are unsure about whether they should transition from the 3-round format of IBA and Olympic boxing, as another jolting left jab is rammed into the face of GUBAREV by ABAKAROV. This can serve as something of a barometer, something of a gauge as to how they feel about it once they ditch the vest and test themselves over a duration longer than 3 minutes. Not the case for either of these men, of course, because each of them are experienced professionals now.
Шаг назад.
GUBAREV made his debut in June of 2020 and has run off 4 wins since then. He too hasn't been in the ring for the best part of a year in the professional ranks, but has switched back to the 3-round format where he's competed extensively in tournaments across Russia.
Stop! Stop! По затылку
So
аккуратно.
that is the fluid nature of boxing in this era. Was a case back in the day that amateurs and professionals, I say amateur, that term doesn't even exist anymore given the prize money that's on offer. But 3-round boxers and professional boxers couldn't even occupy the same gym, certainly couldn't have the same trainers. But now we see so much fluidity, so much crossing of ranks. Remember, it first came in 2012 when WSB boxers were permitted to compete in the Olympic Games, even more so in Rio 2016. And Hassam Dam Gcam was allowed to compete, so too Amnat Wernrong, former world champion, were allowed to compete on the 3-round stage of the Olympic Games, and now there's complete fluidity, with boxers going from one format to the other as a nice counter right hand scores over the top from ABAKAROV.
Не держим, не держим. Шаг назад, Басир, шаг назад. Денис, по спине аккуратно.
So looking to get busy with his right hand is GUBAREV, but he's being pieced up as he's coming forward here now by these rapid fire combinations. ABAKAROV has seemingly found not only his rhythm but his distance as well. He's been timing these combination shots very effectively indeed in the final stages of that 4th round. Perhaps his most commanding round to date in a contest where I think he has the upper hand. But this man's still in it with 2 rounds scheduled to remain. So there's an example of the jab from the hip being shot out by ABAKAROV. To catch his man as he's coming in to double up the impact. Nice counter right uppercut from ABAKAROV. That's causing GUBAREV to become a little disorganized, but he's never stopped pressing GUBAREV. Perhaps guilty of coming forward in straight lines without any head movement. Having seen him in the past, this is very much how he operates. Likes to get over that front foot and set things up with a clumping left jab. There's that whiplash of a lead left hand once again, just snapped up from the belt line beneath the nose of GUBAREV, and he found a home for it immediately. It's not only a point-scoring punch, it can be a real irritant as well, but at this weight, remember, ABAKAROV weighing in at 107.85 kilograms, around 3 kilograms lighter than his opponent GUBAREV tonight, but when you push off the back foot and even what appears to be a light jab, it's going to have plenty of pop on it. Cause the eyes to water, maybe rattle the nerves if you catch the man on the point of the chin, scramble his senses if it goes up around the temple. It's GUBAREV looking for his own jab once again, but there's a two-shot combination in rapid-fire fashion from ABAKAROV. Standing stock still near the black corner, almost goading his man to try and breach his defenses, because he's been made to pay a heavy toll at present. Burst of punches from ABAKAROV. So GUBAREV trying to respond with a two-shot cluster of his own. So plenty of feinting being put forth by ABAKAROV, just trying to draw a lead from GUBAREV that he can counter, and he's counter punched pretty effectively in the latter stages of this contest. Took a look in the opening round, and from the second round on, he's demonstrating that he's increasingly comfortable. He turns that right uppercut underneath again, and that was in real evidence in round number 2. In the fourth round, started to put his combinations together, giving the impression that he's found his distance here now to go with his timing, and there's another two-shot combination from ABAKAROV before he became a little disorganized, flopping down at the waist. Solid left jab of the single variety from GUBAREV. But again, spending so much time in this territory. Credit to GUBAREV for trying to work away. But it's a lot of clock being killed here, and I get the impression that the clock is the friend of ABAKAROV and the foe of GUBAREV here now, because I think the man in the white trim with gold is doing the better work. It's a little cleaner, perhaps a little more authoritative. Can't fault the effort or not the hustle of GUBAREV, the man in black trim with gold. But again, look at that, single lead left without reply, and using the space of the boxing ring very effectively indeed. It's been precious little head movement from GUBAREV. Now he's trying to get some head movement into his work. Oh, there's a fantastic right uppercut as he came out of the crouch and peered from behind his peekaboo defense. He was met with a right uppercut that was turned underneath from ABAKAROV, final punch of that 5th round. So some of the action from round number 5. Good double left hand, body then head from GUBAREV. Illustrative of the way that 5th round unfolded, making his man miss, then making him pay with a crisp right uppercut to conclude the stanza from the right fist of ABAKAROV.
Пожали руки, последний раунд. Стоп, стоп, стоп. Боксируем, не боремся. Бокс!
So into the 6th and final round we go. For what it's worth, I happen to think that the man wearing the white trim with gold will be ahead on the scorecards. Counter right hand over the top came from GUBAREV after he was fed another left jab. There's another two-shot combination, left-right from ABAKAROV. Rough on the inside, the arm bar applied from GUBAREV. And the referee, Mr. Sergei Zherkin, has had his hands full tonight. Boxers seem to be of the impression that his instructions are mere suggestions, and they'll carry them out as and when they feel like, rather than obeying the command, which is the letter of the law. So showed good footwork and defensive reflexes for the majority of this contest has ABAKAROV. GUBAREV always seeking to press, but before he can get his own offense away, he's often touched up with singles like that, little flurries of punches, not necessarily packed with power, but he's effective at spinning off the line as well is ABAKAROV, meaning that GUBAREV is having difficulty planting his feet, setting and coming again. almost like a train on tracks at times, is GUBAREV, coming forward in straight lines. When you've got a dynamic operator like the kickboxing expert Basir ABAKAROV in front of him, it's almost as though he's having to stop, change on the points, change direction, and then press again, rather than being able to cut off the ring and pursue his man with incessant pressure. Exchange of left hands during that coming together. You get the sense that ABAKAROV can afford to enter bout management mode here now, and the onus is on GUBAREV to try and find the finishing salvo. There was nothing on that combination from ABAKAROV, looking busy, not really doing much at all in terms of point scoring punches, but he's busy enough to keep the man in the black trimmed with gold occupied, and in the meantime he's not able to launch the finishing fusillade that he would need. He did so there behind some straight punches, then got altogether closer with a right hand. He adopting the low held guard now. Double jab right cross, saw the shots inaccurate, but the crowd up on their feet for their spirited finish as both men were seeking to let their hands go before falling into another clinch. So there's the bell to conclude that heavyweight contest. 6 rounds in the book, and the fans in attendance here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House appreciating the effort put forth by both of these boxers over 6 3-minute rounds. I'm just trying to get a look as to whether that is Davlat BOLTAEV, who just crowned himself as the WBA Asia Bridgerweight champion tonight, getting Dilan of Montenegro out of there in the opening round. Solid left jab landed by GUBAREV, and he landed that consistently, but just not often enough. It was perhaps his best shot of the contest, and in between the activity that ABAKAROV was throwing, I'm just not sure that he had enough successes over the course of the contest to be declared as a victor here tonight. But he never stopped competing, but perhaps just not enough work overall over the course of the bout. But of course it all comes down to the verdict of the 3 scoring judges. I'll be hearing their opinions. And MC Alexander Sadokov delivers the verdict in just a few moments' time.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителей, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот яркий бой. Итак, дамы и господа, в этом тяжеловесном поединке, где интрига висела до самых последних секунд боя, большинством судейских голосов победу по очкам одержал боксер из золотого угла Basir ABAKAROV.
So it's a majority decision victory for Basir ABAKAROV. He had his hand raised as the victor. One wonders what sentiments are being exchanged between the two rivals after that show of respect upon the announcement. GUBAREV never stopped competing, but it was rather untidy at times on the inside. No such difficulties for Davlat BOLTAEV in his one-round victory over Dilan PRASOVIC in our second bout of the evening. This was our third, and it's the former kickboxer back in the ring for the first time since July of 2023, Basir ABAKAROV, who's made it a successful ring return. Showed some beautiful moments of quality, cameos of counter-punching success, particularly in the second round with that right uppercut. In the fourth and fifth round, he put combination punches together like this. But ABAKAROV was met with a spirited opponent tonight because GUBAREV, who didn't show much in the way of head movement, was always looking to answer back. Possesses a clumping left jab, and he found the range with that, particularly in the sixth and final round. But overall, I just don't think he did enough. And it's ABAKAROV who's been declared as a majority points decision victor.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. Наш турнир Винлайн IBA.PRO 12 продолжит 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона WBA Asia East во втором среднем весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга боксер, представляющий Андижан, Узбекистан. Приветствуйте, Ulugbek SOBIROV!
So into the arena steps Ulugbek SOBIROV, 26 years of age, from Andijan in Uzbekistan, nicknamed Braveheart. And when you see how this man fights, well, you will see that that is an appropriate ring moniker. Fantastic operator, 21 bouts in his professional career, 16 wins, 10 of them inside the distance, 5 losses. Was last in the ring as recently as last month.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Его соперник из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия. Приветствуйте, Edgard MOSKVICHEV!
His opponent is Edgard MOSKVICHEV, 27 years of age, from Moldova, but lives in Russia, now operating under the Russian flag. He brings an outstanding 23-bout record to the ring, 19 wins, 7 of them inside the distance, 2 losses and 2 draws. He was last in the ring back in April and has garnered plenty of professional accolades in his career to date, including the Russian middleweight title back in 2021.
Во втором среднем весе. Представляю соперников. И первым боксера слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, его рост 180 сантиметров, официальный вес 75,5 килограмма. Он чемпион Узбекистана, чемпион Азии среди любителей с профессиональным рекордом, который состоит из 21 боя, 16 побед, 5 поражений, 10 ярких побед нокаутом. Из Андижана, Узбекистан, по прозвищу «Храброе сердце». Вот он, Ulugbek SOBIROV! Его сопернику в золотом углу 27 лет. Рост боксера 179 сантиметров, официальный вес 75,9 килограмма. Мастер спорта России с профессиональным рекордом 23 боя, 19 побед, 2 поражения при 2 ничьих, 7 побед нокаутом. Чемпион России среди профессионалов в среднем и суперсреднем весе, чемпион WBA Asia в среднем весе из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Эдгард Москвичев! Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдырев.
Господа боксеры, слушали команду внимательно, соблюдаем правила. По затылку бьем, ниже пояса бьем, по жертве.
Готовы? Готовы?
So a quick look at the tail of the tape ahead of this contest for the WBA Asia East title at 76.2 kilograms. So we're underway then. 10 3-minute rounds for this regional strap, the WBA Asia East title. Just 168 pounds is the division which we're in. If you convert the new money of 76.2 kilograms, it's 168 pounds. It's between two accomplished operators. The man wearing the black, who is digging away with the left hand, is no stranger to the IBA professional stage. That is Ulugbek SOBIROV. Terrific body puncher. 4-time national champion of Uzbekistan, was an Asian continental champion in the youth category back in 2016. The man I first saw at the 2016 World Youth Championships in St. Petersburg, losing in the third preliminary round to the eventual gold medalist Sadruddin Akhmedov of Kazakhstan. Now he, of course, is an undefeated operator at super welterweight. And the man wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold, operating out of the southpaw stance, who's just been put on the end of a solid left jab, is Edgard MOSKVICHEV from Moldova, but resides in St. Petersburg, the former Russian middleweight champion. Has claimed regional titles before in the professional ranks. And these titles important because it gets one prominence within the organization. So SOBIROV.
Не держать, не держать. Брейк. Стоп. Брейк, шаг назад. Бокс.
Really does possess a wonderful array of punches. See him looking to utilize straight shots here now out of that half cover guard. Straightening out that left jab, but up close, he is a fantastic body puncher. Seems to slow his opponents down with rib-rattling hooks slung in and around the belt line. Looking to press his way forward out of that southpaw stance is MOSKVICHEV. Here's an example of the left hand to the body, followed by a right hand upstairs, and it sent MOSKVICHEV to the canvas for an opening round knockdown. Back up on his feet, and I wonder how badly he was hurt by that body shot. You can see him taking in big lungfuls of oxygen. The bell has sounded. So dramatic conclusion to the opening round. Ulugbek SOBIROV finding the range with a fantastic left hook to the body, followed by a shot upstairs. MOSKVICHEV losing his balance and deposited on the floor in the opening round of this this WBA Asia East contest scheduled for 10. So a long way to go. We take a look at some of the action from the first.
Давление, не беги к нему близко, ты опять ногами семенишь на него. Куда ты бежишь? Бросаешь ногу, бьешь, вращаешь.
Another look at the knockdown set up by that body shot. There's the left hand to the body. There's the left hook to the chin. Terrific two-shot combination from SOBIROV, scoring that knockdown in the closing stages of the opening round. So we move into round number 2. Has the 60-second interval been long enough for MOSKVICHEV to recover? As Ulugbek SOBIROV slowly sought to assert his dominance in the closing stages of that first round. You mentioned what an effective body puncher he is, and it was that shot which set up the left hook to the chin, which ultimately dropped MOSKVICHEV just before the 10-second clapper sounded in the closing stages of the first. So MOSKVICHEV fully aware of the power and precision that SOBIROV brings to the boxing ring. Body shots from MOSKVICHEV countered by a single left hook upstairs from SOBIROV. Mention the fact that SOBIROV is no stranger to operating on the IBA.PRO stage, as MOSKVICHEV seeks to go downstairs once again. In April of 2024 in Ufa in Russia, he was the first man to take Pavel Sasulin, who features in one of our co-main events tonight, to take him the 8-round distance for the first time on the IBA stage. Interestingly, that bout not on the record of either man. But I can tell you it happened because I was commentating on it in Ufa. And even though it was a wide margin of victory on the scorecards, Sasulin knew he was in a hard-fought affair that night, because SOBIROV, as he's demonstrating here, only takes a backward step on his own terms. He's very difficult to discourage and force backwards. There was a nice southpaw right on the counter, but then look at the response on the inside by the sharp shooting left from SOBIROV. Up on his toes, just moving clockwise to his left, away from that southpaw backhand of MOSKVICHEV. He seeks to get on the front foot once more. Inaccurate with the southpaw left after he was reaching for the range with the southpaw right, MOSKVICHEV. Sharp 1-2 combination attempted by SOBIROV. The right jab, sorry, the right cross was off the mark. So MOSKVICHEV recovering well from the knockdown that he endured in the first. Some of the action from the second round. Beautiful lead left hand in between the defenses of MOSKVICHEV from SOBIROV. And MOSKVICHEV responding with a good jab of his own out of that southpaw stance. And perhaps his best shot of the entire contest. That reverse 1-2, seeing the right hand land on the chin of SOBIROV.
Третий раунд.
Бокс.
So we move into the third round. SOBIROV, who spent part of the early stages of his professional career, because he made his debut after those youth successes back in 2016, made his debut just 2 years later, back in January of 2018. Spent the early part of his career training out in Malaysia. Was touted as one of the best prospects in the world, having turned over so young. And he's still continuing to make good progress in the professional ranks. Here he is on the IBA stage. where we've seen him before. Giving a good account of himself here in the face of this pressure that MOSKVICHEV is seeking to implement. Contrasting approaches being taken to their craft. There was a stiff left jab followed by an attempted right uppercut from SOBIROV. So MOSKVICHEV seeking to get onto the front foot, throwing punches in flurries. Not getting much power or pop or leverage onto his shots. Very much arm punches, but they're landing with enough force when they do land to be registered as scoring punches. So he's electing to operate on the canvas of the boxing ring in running shoes. Lime green soled low tops. You see how thick the sole is. I often wonder when you see boxers choose to operate in shoes that have such an apparently thick outer sole, to what extent can they feel the canvas? I often see coaches telling their boxers to imagine they're stubbing out a cigarette, particularly when launching. Oh, that's a beautiful left jab once again from SOBIROV. When they're pushing off the back foot for that backhand cross, get that twist, and equally on the follow-up hook, how well can you feel the canvas beneath your toes and the ball of your foot if you've got effectively a wedge in between the sole of the foot and the canvas in thick-soled shoes such as the ones that MOSKVICHEV is wearing. But to each his own.
Stop.
If he feels comfortable, and no one is going to alter it. Oh, that's a cracking left hook fired out by SOBIROV once again. Speaking of running shoes, I remember that David Hay on a stormy night at the Bowling ground in East London at West Ham's Upton Park when he fought Derek Chisora. He elected to wear low-cut running shoes on that night, scoring that knockout against the man who's approaching his 50th and final fight sometime before the year is out, Derek War Chisora. For the third round in the books, this man always seeking to press, not necessarily getting much pop onto his punches, but plenty of pressure being applied. He's been met by deterring lead left hands such as that, hooks on that occasion, also in the form of a stiff jab. And there was a cracking left hook launched and landed in the closing stages of the round by SOBIROV once again.
Четвертый раунд.
So into the fourth round then. MOSKVICHEV was last in the ring in April of this year, getting back to winning ways after being outpointed for a super middleweight strap of the regional variety. Prior to that reversal, MOSKVICHEV had rattled off a whole host of victories in a row. Remember, just 2 losses on his professional record. And again, winning is such a good habit to cultivate. The third outing of the year for SOBIROV. So no danger of ring rust adversely affecting either man. Big swing and a miss with the right hand, but followed up with a good left hook to the body did SOBIROV. Countering with a right hook downstairs of his own was MOSKVICHEV. Chopping right hand fired down on a steep trajectory, but then cluster of punches for the final word in that exchange from MOSKVICHEV. So punches coming in rather roundhouse fashion from MOSKVICHEV. That could present an opportunity for SOBIROV to shoot straight down the middle. Again, look at these roundhouse blows that are being fired in. They're coming on a swooping arc. I'm sure that SOBIROV will have recognized that, but MOSKVICHEV keeps on coming, seeking to take it to SOBIROV. Reaching for the left hand to the body and scoring with it. Altogether tighter right uppercut comes in from the orthodox boxer SOBIROV. Stiff left jab, countering the attempted two-shot salvo that MOSKVICHEV fired out. And again, all of these cutting roundhouse punches from MOSKVICHEV. There's a single right hand which got to the target far quicker than the circuitous route that his shots are taking to reach their target. Middle straight to left hand out of the southpaw stance, and he kept the attack going. Big MOSKVICHEV. And showing terrific punch output in this contest, and it was a big intake of breath on the bell from Ulugbek SOBIROV. Just wondering whether he's beginning to feel the pace in his efforts to keep this incessant punching boxer away from him. Because again, I think this man's punches are of greater quality, crispness, sharpness, dare I say power as well, but the clusters that are continually being slung out by MOSKVICHEV cannot be overlooked. Prime example as to how he lets his hands go non-stop. Little bent arm cuffs. And even if he takes one in between his successes, he'll continue the attack. Continue the attack in a bid to have the first and final word. So into round 5. Reverse 1-2 attempted by SOBIROV. Right cross followed by a left jab. Again, for the winner, for this regional title, remember it's a WBA Asia East title that is on the line. The winner will have an opportunity to put themselves in the picture for a shot at the WBA Asia title. And then when you start getting into continental crowns such as that, it gets you a lofty ranking with the organization. And that is the value of these trinkets, in addition of course to the boxers themselves knowing that they have earned a title. And when boxers earn titles, when athletes achieve successes, it strengthens the belief that everything that has been done in preparation, everything that has been done in practice is worthwhile, because it's all very well hearing, yeah, you're nice, yeah, you've got the ability to become a champ, you've got the ability to go on and really make a name for yourself in this game, but the title is empirical proof that you can carry out the lofty predictions that many observers may have for a young prospect. So again, MOSKVICHEV continuing to let clusters go in the face of the stiff, authoritative left jab that SOBIROV has been able to demonstrate on occasion in this round. And again, the crowd dialing up the decibel level here as the two men seeking to let their hands go in the space of center ring. Beautiful left jab while spinning off the line to his left, and then another left jab from SOBIROV. There's a cut to SOBIROV's left eye, I believe. If it's not to the left eye, it's putting blood around his left eye. That'll provide encouragement for MOSKVICHEV. IBA Champions Night outing in Ufa of April 2024. He suffered nose damage, reducing his face to a crimson mask by the end of the contest, but again he was there competing all the way against Pavel Sasulin. This hard right hand dug in twice in quick succession, followed by a left jab and right hand, but again, MOSKVICHEV seeking to fire right back. These types of men can be incredibly dispiriting to fight. For what it's worth, I happen to think that SOBIROV is doing enough to be ahead here, but MOSKVICHEV is always answering, making them exchanges, making it competitive. You see evidence of the injuries that he has sustained during the course of this contest. Lovely use of the lead left hand once again from SOBIROV, and it's the quality that he's able to put together on combinations such as that left-right and then the double left hand in the form of a jab then uppercut. It's this quality for me which is a key component of what I feel is a lead, but it's the manner in which MOSKVICHEV keeps on coming, feet get in a tangle, but he never stops seeking to apply pressure in a bid to keep himself in contention.
Тайм. Побыстрее. Тайминг. Бокс.
So into the second half of the contest we go. 5 rounds completed, a potential 5 rounds remain. In the defeats that these men have suffered in the professional ranks, they have always heard the final bell.
Не толкаем, не дави. Бокс.
Lead right hand attempted by SOBIROV wasn't too far away. Looking for that same shot repeatedly, and then the cuffing clusters. That's the counter response from MOSKVICHEV.
По спине не бей.
Each man continuing to show that they are composed under fire there in the boxing ring. Beautiful straight left to the body from MOSKVICHEV. When he throws singles, he punches pretty correctly in the form of a southpaw right jab and sharp left cross with a wonderful left jab before spinning off the line from SOBIROV. But it's when he puts combinations together, the arms are bent, doesn't really get much leverage from the hips, and just cuffs his man. He's slapping shots, reluctant to call them arm punches, but it's almost like he's an action figure that you twist at the waist, and just like that, the shots come out behind the bent arm. They don't really have much fluidity, seemingly pop on them, but he lands plenty of them. There's another left jab. He's thrusted home by SOBIROV. Lead left hand with the first shot of that attempted exchange again from SOBIROV, and look at MOSKVICHEV keep the attack going. Good use of the right glove to fend off the incoming left hook from MOSKVICHEV. That left eye just continuing to leak a little more profusely now. So SOBIROV deep into this 6th round. Again, I think his work has the greater quality, but there perhaps is an ever-encroaching danger that MOSKVICHEV sheer volume might see him nick a couple of these rounds where his work has been of the superior quality, but the volume from MOSKVICHEV could nick it. Now, to his credit, SOBIROV upping the punch output in the closing stages of that 6th round.
Осторожней головой, хорошо?
Смотри.
Я вижу.
Который раз?
Я вижу.
Дайте воды, пацаны, льда. Мандаш, оттяните его.
Some of the action from round number 6.
Осторожней головой.
Ve 2-3 vuruyor. Gol düşüyor. Şimdi yolda çapta oynuyor. Şimdi mi? Kemeri
впитать. Оп. Давай, отлично. Давай. Побыстрей, побыстрей, побыстрей.
7-й раунд.
Капа.
Самара, ваша поддержка.
So we move into round number 7.
Уберите бутылку с ринга убери.
Бокс.
There's MOSKVICHEV seeking to get over that front foot once again and continuing to let combinations go. SOBIROV stepping into that right uppercut. High-held gloves proving an effective line of defense for SOBIROV. Fend off that incoming southpaw left from MOSKVICHEV. Cracking right hand landed out of the southpaw stance. It was the final shot of a reverse 1-2 from MOSKVICHEV. Reverse 1-2 from SOBIROV was a right cross followed by a left uppercut. Big swing and a miss with the right hand from MOSKVICHEV. Remember, MOSKVICHEV was knocked down in the opening round for double left hand, hook to the body, then hook to the head. In the closing seconds of the stanza. But he's battled back considerably and indeed consistently since then. There's a right hand which gets the attention of SOBIROV. And SOBIROV, again, just got to watch that his punch output doesn't fall to a level that could see MOSKVICHEV with these clusters, seeking to have the final word. The accuracy is not necessarily there, but he's giving the impression of somebody trying to make the fight by getting on the front foot and taking it to his man. And these cameos of quality from SOBIROV, such as that left jab, well, he's going to have to remain consistent with them just to show the judges that he possesses greater ring craft and greater quality. There he turns a right uppercut underneath to the body, but finds MOSKVICHEV on his chest once again. There's a wonderful two-shot combination, followed by a right-hand lead, but then that single shot from MOSKVICHEV sends SOBIROV tottering backwards as does that clumping southpaw left. And SOBIROV, let's keep an eye on him in the closing stages of this round because he appears to be feeling the efforts of his exertions here as another southpaw left crashes home. MOSKVICHEV simply will not give him any respite. Right hand upstairs, followed the attempted left hand to the body from MOSKVICHEV, but a wonderful straight right hand right down the pipe from SOBIROV. Is a quality shot once again. Terrific round of boxing in that 7th frame. And it's a rather slow walk back to the black corner for Ulugbek SOBIROV. Some of the action from the 7th round. Pockets of quality produced from SOBIROV, but then volume from MOSKVICHEV, who just was always seeking to apply front foot pressure, back up the man from Uzbekistan. When he got into close range, well, he did some damage with his flurries of punches.
8-й раунд.
So we move into round number 8. Sharp shooting right cross followed by a left jab from Ulugbek SOBIROV. And there we see the quality left hook that was the foundation of that combination in the first round that sent MOSKVICHEV to the canvas. And now SOBIROV seeking to make a concerted effort to not be driven backwards by these flurries that had been fired out by MOSKVICHEV. Oh, good work to the body in the first straight left downstairs, visibly doubled over SOBIROV. So after a brisk start to the round, MOSKVICHEV grinding his way back into it. There's the characteristic volume punching once again, coming from both flanks. Again, right, left out of the southpaw stance, just snap the head back of SOBIROV. As is often the case in his bouts, he's marking up, suggesting that MOSKVICHEV is as fresh as a daisy, but far less damage, because remember, he too sustained a cut left eye in the middle rounds of this contest. When I say eye, it was above the eyebrow. And the corner have done a good job stemming the flow of blood. That was a rather languid roundhouse right with the left hook. Left uppercut turned underneath was altogether sharper, as was that overhand right from SOBIROV. And again, when he lets his shots go, the quality is apparent, but then look at that volley of punches in return from MOSKVICHEV. Not particularly accurate, but a couple of shots in the cluster are getting through, and that's what he's demonstrating here again, by the sheer law of averages, just throwing fistfuls of leather at the man from Uzbekistan, and some of them are getting through. Big swing and a miss with his attempt at two-shot combination, but once more he keeps the attack going. SOBIROV cutting a rather fatigued figure here now, trying to get some dynamism in his legs by getting up on his toes and shaking out those arms as well. Bring some fluidity back to his boxing. MOSKVICHEV, my goodness. Continuing to let punches in bunches go. And the two men just looking into the eyes of one another at the conclusion of that 8th round, perhaps to try and get a sense as to how the other man is feeling. Surely both of them must be feeling the pace here now, but for my money, this man is showing it more. MOSKVICHEV masking his fatigue more effectively than Ulugbek SOBIROV. Take a look at some of the action from the 8th round. Southpaw left landed by MOSKVICHEV, countered immediately by a left hook almost simultaneously from SOBIROV. A nod of respect from SOBIROV, who was backed up by that success from MOSKVICHEV.
Kappa. Okay.
Box.
Stop.
So we just took a look at the beautiful strap that is up for grabs, the WBA Asia East title.
Box.
Is the strap that is on the line. It's been a hard-fought affair so far. Oh, the cracking left hook landed by SOBIROV, and just as he started round number 8, he's looking brisk and crisp and sharp as he lands with a right-hand lead, but he wasn't able to sustain this type of quality throughout round number 8. And again, the conditioning and combination punching of MOSKVICHEV allowed him to grind his way back into contention. Remember, this contest made at 168 pounds, 76.2 kilograms. Just over a minute gone, it's MOSKVICHEV to walk his man down once again. SOBIROV up on his toes, trying to give the impression that he's still filled with energy and fighting spirit. But MOSKVICHEV not paying any attention to the body language signals coming from SOBIROV and just walking him down incessantly, looking to maintain the gap with his footwork is SOBIROV. I think Sabirov, who was keen to initiate that clinch on the resumption, scores with a good thrusting right cross to the body, followed by a right hand upstairs. Accuracy on those punches picked from the backhand. But again, look at where he finds himself, standing completely square on the ropes, presenting a full-size target and inviting pressure. Did keep his wits about him to bob and weave away from the incoming fire from MOSKVICHEV. MOSKVICHEV, you see a little bit of showboating from Sabirov, just trying to get inside the mind of MOSKVICHEV, but look at that, he's not paying any mind to it whatsoever, keeping his attacks going and just letting leather land where it may. Shades of Billy Joe Saunders against David Lemieux in the effort that Sabirov attempted to look out of the ring in search of the shot that was hurled in his direction. But don't worry, because another one will be coming, another one will be on its way in pretty short order. That you can almost guarantee. But Edgard MOSKVICHEV from Moldova resides in St. Petersburg in Russia, and indeed was a former Russian national champion at middleweight. Has demonstrated that he will throw punches all night long. And that round 9, almost a carbon copy of round number 8, because it was a brisk start to the stanza by Ulugbek Sabirov. But then this man simply would not give him any room to breathe. Consistently pursuing him, letting clusters of punches go, some of which did get through. But again, there's the quality on that counter right hand from Sabirov. Here's the volume from MOSKVICHEV. You see the head of Sabirov touched backwards on a couple of occasions because of the sheer volume of punches that have been fired in his direction.
Побыстрей, 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 побыстрей.
Финальный 10-й раунд и ваша поддержка, Самара.
So as the bell sounds to begin the 10th and final round, generous applause from the crowd on hand here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. Once again, it's a brisk start from Ulugbek Sabirov from Uzbekistan, wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, but immediately in his face once again, and landing with a cuffing southpaw right, is Edgard MOSKVICHEV, able to dance his way out of the corner and uncoil a crisp 1-2 combination is Sabirov. Will he be able to sustain this beyond the minute 30 mark of this 10th and final round? Because you can almost bet your bottom dollar that MOSKVICHEV will be able to maintain this type of tempo that he has set from the opening bell. He was floored in the first round, but thereafter he has always been the boxer taking it to his opponent, looking to get over the front foot, back him into a corner and just cuff him with clusters of punches that often must make Sabirov feel as though he's boxing in a blizzard, because he is managing to evade and weave away from lots of them. But there's just another one en route behind it, as evidenced by that cluster there. Not much pop, not much leverage, perhaps not proper technique being exhibited by MOSKVICHEV, but he is throwing and landing an awful lot of leather beyond the halfway stage of this 10th and final round. Biting down and seeking to drive his opponent backwards is Sabirov, but then MOSKVICHEV answering and refusing to take a backward step of his own volition, willing his way forward, seeking to walk his man down and push him back. Terrific exchange near the ropes. MOSKVICHEV so committed to his attack that when Sabirov was able to spin off the ropes, he found himself with his head in between the strands. Blasting away to the body before bringing his attack upstairs was MOSKVICHEV. He was picked off by a single right, and then a looping left hook dips the knees of MOSKVICHEV, but he bites down and steps right back into the fray. but how badly hurt was he by that shot? There's Sobirov looking for the same howitzer of a left hook once again. Follows up with the right cross, and now the chin of MOSKVICHEV being thoroughly checked. My goodness, this is one well-conditioned boxer. Teak tough, absorbing some heavy, accurate hooks in the final round and firing back with straight punches that knock the head back of Sobirov. 10-second clapper, barely audible here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. The final bell sounds, and that final rally from Ulugbek Sobirov, for what it's worth, should surely be enough to provide the insurance and give him the victory against the ever-pressing Edgard MOSKVICHEV, the man from Moldova who resides in St. Petersburg. These two men combining to produce a really competitive contest. And it might be rather simplistic, but for my money, the quality, the greater ring generalship, the superior punch picking came from Sobirov, but the volume in a manner such as this came from MOSKVICHEV. He simply did not stop throwing punches, and it was during the course of one of his unrelenting attacks that he had his knees dipped in the final round by a sumptuous left hook. That is what the champion will receive here, or the man that's about to be crowned the Asia East champion will receive. For what it's worth, I happen to think that it's Ulugbek Sobirov, the man in the black corner, who has done enough to prevail here tonight. But how will the three scoring judges see it? And again, it was a really intriguing affair. This man on the floor in the opening round had his chin checked and knees dipped in round number 10. But his punch output, his sheer volume, is that enough to get the better of the quality that we saw from Ulugbek Sobirov? Superior punch picking from my vantage point, sharper jabs, rapier-like right crosses. I think the man in black has done enough, but what say the three scoring judges? Here is Alexander Sedokov with the verdict.
Дамы и господа, по окончании плотнейших 10 раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1 – 96-93. Судья 2 – 95-94. Судья 3 – 97-92. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Asia East во втором среднем весе боксер из черного угла Ulugbek Sobirov.
Look at what the announcement of victory means for Ulugbek Sobirov. My goodness, he was forced to dig deep during the course of that contest, but he has been declared a unanimous point decision victor over the incredibly game, competitive and supremely well-conditioned Edgard MOSKVICHEV of St. Petersburg. But Ulugbek Sobirov, his quality, ultimately perhaps a key factor in what has been declared a unanimous point decision victory here for him tonight. And upon the announcement, it was an outburst of emotion for Ulugbek Sobirov, because he was made to dig deep to earn that victory. And in doing so, as we take another look at some of the highlights from the contest, including that first round knockdown, courtesy of that double hook, body then head. But thereafter, from rounds 2 through 9, MOSKVICHEV was always in the face of Ulugbek Sobirov, backing him up with combinations like that, cuffing him with clusters around his ribcage and checking his chin as well, not with the accuracy necessarily, but the sheer volume, not with the power necessarily, but the sheer volume of punches. And his accuracy probably wasn't that high, but so much leather was being slung in the direction of SOBIROV that almost the law of averages saw some of the shots get through. But then in the 10th round, a wonderful left hook dipped the knees of MOSKVICHEV. He showed his conditioning once again as he was able to fight through the discombobulation. There was the moment of victory, crowned by our MC, Mr. Alexander Sedokov. Ulugbek SOBIROV is the new WBA Asia East champion in the 76.2 kilogram super middleweight division.
Дамы и господа, наш турнир Винлайн IBA.PRO 12 продолжит 6-раундовый поединок в полулегком весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер, представляющий Казань, Россия. Приветствуйте! Амин Абдуллин!
A little bit of smoke on the water from the orchestra in attendance here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House tonight. And that heralds the arrival of Amin Abdullin from right here in Russia. This an IBA.PRO contest scheduled for 6th. Amin Abdullin at the start of his professional career, having made his professional debut in August. It was a winning start in Kazan, winning over 4 rounds.
Из Москвы, Россия, Ruslan BELOUSOV!
His opponent is from the Russian capital of Moscow, and that is Ruslan BELOUSOV. No stranger to competing on the IBA.PRO stage. Having boxed twice in Russia, once on the IBA International Boxing Day in Havana in Cuba last year, where he came up short against the estimable Seidel Horta. Bounced back to winning ways in January of this year in his home city of Moscow at the International Boxing Center.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 6 раундов в полулегком весе. Представляю участников боя. Первый боксера в черном углу.
Denis Lebedev in the house, an interested onlooker.
175 сантиметров, официальный вес 57,2 килограмма. Мастер спорта России, победитель чемпионата России среди молодежи, финалист Кубка мира с профессиональным рекордом 1 бой. В нем одержана победа из Казани, Республика Татарстан, Россия, Амин Абдуллин. Его сопернику в золотом углу 27 лет. Его рост 168 сантиметров, официальный вес 57,2 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса. Финалист и бронзовый призер чемпионатов России, не знающий поражений с рекордом 4 боя, 4 победы, 3 из них нокаутом. Из Москвы, Россия, Ruslan BELOUSOV! Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин.
Голову выше, ниже пояса не бить, не держать. Слушайте, выполнять команды. Удачи.
Brief set of final instructions from the referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin. And there Look at the tail of the tape. Amin ABDULLIN, 7 years junior. Ahead of this, his first outing on the IBA.PRO stage. Just the second pro bout of his career. You can see he's the taller of the two men in a contest made at 57.2 kilograms. Both men weighing in bang on the limit. And will the taller boxer, 20-year-old Amin ABDULLIN from Kazan, actually born in Uzbekistan, will he be able to turn his attributes of greater height and reach and length into an asset against Ruslan BELOUSOV, this fantastic operator from Moscow. So left-right combination attempted by BELOUSOV. And there, well, that's the gap that he's going to have to bridge at BELOUSOV, because when Amin ABDULLIN begins to snake out those straight shots, BELOUSOV scores with a good left jab to the body, but when ABDULLIN is able to snake out his own straight shots, there is a considerable gap between the two boxers. 126-pound contest, 57.2 kilograms in new money, but that is where he can make hay, BELOUSOV. When it does get close, target the long torso of his taller opponent.
Низко не бить, Руслан. Низко не бить.
So turning southpaw now is ABDULLIN. Again, having his ribs rattled on the inside, and there's a cracking left hand. ABDULLIN emerges from that coming together as an orthodox boxer, getting onto the front foot now, looking to walk down his shorter opponent and keep him pegged to the perimeter of the boxing ring. Hooks and uppercuts turned around the corner and underneath as ABDULLIN, shorts perhaps riding up a little high. The referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin, needs to determine what is a low blow or otherwise. Well, that waistband is practically around ABDULLIN's lats.
Stop!
So, skillful opening round in evidence in this featherweight bout, scheduled for 6 between two young, talented boxers. Some of the action from the first round, a nice slip beneath the incoming straight shot, and attempting to work the body was BELOUSOV. Then ABDULLIN answering back immediately, and despite being a taller boxer, turning good uppercuts underneath before following up with straight shot successes.
Второй раунд.
Бокс.
So we move into the second round then. This is featherweight action scheduled for 6 threes. The taller figure wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is another one of the men who switches. Well, I say switches, he's not gone back yet, but he only made his professional debut in August. And just prior to making his debut, just 10 days before, he was in the ring in Yekaterinburg in 3-round action. So is that his farewell to the 3-round format of IBA boxing, formerly known as amateur boxing? Or will he continue to switch between the two? There's a right hand off the back foot once again from Amin ABDULLIN. As for Belousov. He was in the ring, as mentioned, at the famous Luzhniki Boxing Center in Moscow. That's where Alexander Usyk ascended to the undisputed cruiserweight championship of the world when he beat Murat Gastiev. Gastiev going to be scheduled to appear on the IBA.PRO stage next month in Dubai. I was ringside to commentate on that, the climax of the World Boxing Super Series, the Muhammad Ali Trophy, as Belousov operating as a southpaw boxer now and getting through with a rapid-fire right jab against his opponent who is currently orthodox. But he turns a right uppercut underneath before emerging as a southpaw boxer, currently almost square on. And he's using the space of the ring effectively, is Abdullin. And again, his sheer proportions are making it difficult for Belousov to get to grips with him consistently. But as I say that, he does get inside and land some arcing punches. And both men enjoying backhand success as they continue to switch between stances. Belousov starting that exchange as a southpaw, now disengaging as an orthodox, making his man miss by slipping and dipping, unable to make him pay. Good left jab to the body from Belousov. And then digging away downstairs once again. 3 right hands dug in quick fire succession. You can see how the shots are continuing to ride up almost beneath the bottom of the pecs of Abdullin. Speculative overhand right fired in by Belousov. Closing seconds of this second round. Competitive contest, this one. 2 switch-hitting young boxers, each of them enjoying considerable success during the course of that second round.
Как самочувствие? Нормально? Третий раунд свой, понял? Уже понятно, что он делает, не делает и так далее. Все. Понагреть передний, понагреть. Все, раскрывайся потихоньку, понял? Давай.
Секундантный замин.
Руслан, голову выше.
Третий раунд.
Шаг назад. Бокс.
So we move into the third round. Featherweight action scheduled for 6, and that's a wonderful thrusting left jab driven into the body of Abdullin from Belousov. And even though dug in beneath the elbows of Abdullin from Belousov, he's increasingly making his man miss in the start. At the start of this third round and making him pay with accurate punches. But even though the advantage would appear to lie with Abdullin in terms of utilizing the jab, there have been plenty of boxers who were shorter than their opponents throughout the history of this fantastic sport, who often beat their taller adversaries to the jab. The jab all about timing. Hall of Famer and 2-weight world champion Emil Griffith, welterweight and middleweight champion of the world, was almost invariably shorter than every opponent that he faced, but his timing was such that his jab was exquisite and a really prominent weapon in his armory. And the lead, well, I was going to say lead left hand, but you see Belousov currently is a southpaw boxer, but the lead stick has been working very well indeed as he steps into range and helps himself to an overhand left and another one, getting increasingly physical here now, just beyond the halfway stage of this third round. And Belousov, the older man by some 7 years, remember, just seeking to assert his deeper level of experience. Big swing and a miss with a roundhouse left out of the southpaw stance. Attempted to fire to the body. It's been a good round so far for BELOUSOV. ABDULLIN has got to do something to get himself back into this stanza for my money. And he's trying to do that, but then look at that two-shot salvo to end the exchange. Oh, and a good right hand to the body, driven in. Bent over the taller man. And then he spent any time in the ring. Credit to him, ABDULLIN comes back with a good left hook to the body of his own. But that hard right hand to the body just above the belt line visibly doubled the man over, causing him to hinge at the waist. And surely this is where BELOUSOV wants to be working away, not accepting the clinch. Free those hands and dig to the taller man's torso. That's what he's seeking to do here. ABDULLIN looking to fight fire with fire, but all of his advantages of height and reach negated in those confined positions up close. Up on his toes now, using the space of the boxing ring. That's a good adjustment for him, but I think it's a better round from BELOUSOV. Some of the action from that round. ABDULLIN, taller of the two boxers, seeking to establish his straight, but he was beat to the jab repeatedly by BELOUSOV, and then when he got himself into mid-range, he was able to have combination successes such as that. So moving to round number 4. It's the second half of this featherweight contest that is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. BELOUSOV has emerged as a southpaw. ABDULLIN operating from behind a low-held guard here now. ABDULLIN changing to the southpaw during the midst of that weave coming together. But unless he gets busy with his hands, it's going to be very difficult for ABDULLIN to win the contest in this type of posture. He's on the back foot, he's maintaining the gap. There he takes a hard southpaw left uppercut to the body. There's a lead left hand once again. But he's got to be busier with it. Because when they come together like this, it's invariably, over the past couple of rounds, BELOUSOV who's getting the better of the trade-offs. Right hand lead was a scoring shot, followed by a jab, and I think that's close enough together to make it a reverse 1-2. But BELOUSOV just giving the impression that he's the slightly fresher fighter here now, certainly more sprightly as he digs down with a combination to the body once again, then drives through with a left cross upstairs. And ABDULLIN, remember, it's not brand new territory because on his pro debut he went the 4-round distance, but he far less used to going 6 rounds, and in each of his IBA champions or pro night appearances, that is what BELOUSOV has done. So he just warming up, and that one of the biggest differences between the 3-round format and professional boxing. Because both 3-round specialists and world champions have told me that when the pro world champ goes up to get sharp against some of the top operators from the 3-round code in the world, over the first 2 rounds, or indeed 3, it's often advantage the world champion or the Olympic champion. But then if they stick around and do rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6, that is when the world champion's deeper level of experience begins to come to the fore, and all of that 3-round format sharpness doesn't serve a young hotshot as well when sharing the ring with an established professional world champion. Not quite as extreme here, of course, but remember, this is just ABDULLIN's second contest in the professional ranks, having just turned over in August of this year. Belousov, who turned over way back in 2021, was an undefeated 4-0 pro in the professional ranks, away from IBA pro stages. While he has far more experience in here in the town, keeper say round 4, 5 and beyond.
Нормально, все. Где-то играли, где-то застряли, где-то хуже работает, где-то на передней руке начинает работать. Прям бутон, забирай, потом опять играй, понял? Есть, нормально? А это ерунда, не ноги самое главное, нормально? Все, там, где-то играй, где-то жестко, понял? Все, чувствуешь, видишь, когда чуть понаглее, все это делай, понял?
Доворачивай, кулачку, открыто бьешь. Бокс.
So entering the bell to round number 5 represents a brand new experience for Amin ABDULLIN, the taller boxer wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, but he's come out in sprightly fashion to begin this round, up on his toes, and he was up on his toes in round number 4, but not as busy with his hands as he's been through the first 20 seconds of this penultimate round. And surely if he's going to be utilizing the space of the boxing ring and trying to exploit his greater height and reach, he's got to be busy with it. It's no good just maintaining the gap. It's got to be breached by punch successes in the face of this front foot pressure that Ruslan Belousov is seeking to apply. There he does so by getting to the body of his opponent and then targeting the chin effectively as well. But keeping cool under fire is the 20-year-old Amin ABDULLIN.
Стоп, не держи, шаг назад. Бокс.
So referee Mr. Sergei Zhurkin having to intervene. But it's Belousov on the front foot in pursuit of his man once again. And you see, this type of boxing, for my money, is not going to be enough. Making his man miss with good use of the feet and effective use of the space of the boxing ring. But there has to be some effective offense on the back of that. And if you are going to operate as a back foot boxer, credit to him, because that was exactly what I was about to suggest, but that darting jab won't get it done. At some point as a back foot boxer, you have to plant those feet into the canvas and push your opponent backwards. Because in the 3-round format, scoring punches such as that will often be more rewarded. But once you turn over and remove that vest and enter contests that are longer than a 3-round duration, has to be some purpose behind the punch. Of course, that's the case in the 3-round format of World Championship and Olympic boxing as well. But in the professionals, punch picking while giving off a skittish appearance is often frowned upon. So at some point you've got to plant your feet, bite down and drive your opponent backwards if you're a back foot boxer. That's what Chris Credit ABDULLIN is trying to do here. But flicking punches while skitting around the boxing ring often will not be rewarded once you enter the professional ranks. So closing seconds of this penultimate round. And he's showing a good temperament, is Amin ABDULLIN. And there he does try to find a home for his combination punching. Scoring left jab from the taller man, but countered immediately by a lancing left jab to the body and another one. So 3 minutes remaining in our 5th bout of the evening here in Samara in this featherweight affair.
Наоборот, его бить надо. Что значит не идти на него? Надо пожестче, просто поплотнее. Выбрасываешь, потом остаешься башкой летишь. Сделай несколько комбинаций. Ты на один очередь переходишь, потом...
Some of the action from round number 5. Good work to the body once again from Belousov. Here's an example. ABDULLIN holding his ground, planting his feet and seeking to back up his more compact opponent. 3 minutes remaining. For what it's worth, I happen to think that BELOUSOV is in front on the card with 5 completed rounds of boxing in the book.
Ruslan, не держать. Боксируйте. Бокс!
So moving to the 6th and final round then. Ruslan BELOUSOV out quickly onto the front foot, and it's a blistering start to the final frame by the man from Moscow. And again, I just don't think that the time is on ABDULLIN's side to be boxing in the manner that he is, because for what it's worth, I happen to think that he's trailing in this contest. There's got to be greater urgency. He's keeping his composure effectively. He's keeping his shape nicely for the most part. He's making his man miss on occasion, but not looking to make him pay often enough. Now he's beginning to let his hands go.
Не держим, не держим. Амин, не держать.
Good portion of the round, and punctuated by those straight lead lefts from ABDULLIN. But the manner in which he's boxing suggests that he feels he may well be up on the scorecard. But remember, he's got a corner team as well. I don't know what they've been telling him in that black corner, because he's showcasing that he knows what to do in a boxing ring. He knows that he's showing that he's not scared and that he is competitive. But I just don't think that enough punches have been thrown to put doubt into BELOUSOV's mind on a consistent basis and make him do something other than what he wants to do. BELOUSOV, for his part, has sought to continue to apply front foot pressure. Now ABDULLIN looking to back up BELOUSOV. Cries of Ruslan, Ruslan reverberating around the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House here. And how much is that providing inspiration for BELOUSOV, because it's been a contest fought at a brisk tempo this. Remember, ABDULLIN had never been beyond 4 rounds, the 4 rounds that he went on his professional debut a few months ago in August of this year. So final 30 seconds of this featherweight affair. Cuffing punches landed on the inside by BELOUSOV. Credit to ABDULLIN, trying to back his man up. Did show on occasion, adopted the posture of a tall front foot pressure fighter, but now he's finding himself with his back on the ropes, inviting pressure, and BELOUSOV took full advantage, blasting away to the body. ABDULLIN continuing to operate behind a low held guard, and at a wonderful IBA.PRO contest. First appearance on the IBA.PRO stage for Amin ABDULLIN. But I think it's this man, Ruslan BELOUSOV, who is going to continue his winning run here on IBA.PRO events. Came in with a record of 2 wins and 1 loss after being appointed by Sadio Horta in the Cuban capital last summer. Was met with a talented opponent in the form of Amin ABDULLIN, as evidenced by that wonderfully picked right uppercut. But overall, it was marauding attacks such as that launched by BELOUSOV, which I think will probably be enough to see him declared as a points victor here. What say the scoring judges? But remember, Amin ABDULLIN just 20 years of age. One suspects that this man has a bright future. Rangy, broad-shouldered boxer. One suspects not growing in height, he's likely to be adding some muscle to that rather callow frame at present. Who knows what weight division he could end up at, but here at 57.2 kilograms or 126 pounds featherweight, he is a towering operator. And as he gains more experience to augment his considerable skill, well, one suspects he could make a significant impact in and around his weight class in the featherweight division. Well, let's hand over to Alexander Sadokov to get the official particulars at the conclusion of that featherweight contest over 6 rounds in IBA.PRO.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот ярчайший бой. Итак, по истечении 6 раундов обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1 – 58-56. Судья 2 – 58-56. И судья 3 – 56-56. Таким образом, большинством судейских голосов победу по очкам одержал Руслан Белоусов! Золотой угол! Москва, Россия!
So Ruslan Belousov declared a majority decision winner over Amin ABDULLIN, the man making his first appearance on the IBA.PRO stage. ABDULLIN outpointed by majority decision by Ruslan Belousov. I happen to think that Belousov did enough. I didn't think it was that close. ABDULLIN, plenty of skill in evidence, wonderful composure and technique. And this is his first outing on the IBA.PRO stage. I just didn't think there was enough good work on a consistent basis from ABDULLIN to be given the nod. Belousov getting it by a majority decision. But Amin ABDULLIN, I'm sure we're going to see him again, given the manner in which he acquitted himself in his first outing on the stage of IBA.PRO event. It's Ruslan Belousov who takes the victory to improve to 3-1 on IBA professional events. And remember, he is undefeated in the professional ranks away from the IBA.PRO stage, so continuing to cultivate that winning habit as he progresses through his career.
Дамы и господа, просим занимать ваши места в зале. До начала основного карда остается несколько минут. Совсем скоро мы начинаем.
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome once again to the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House in Samara in southwest Russia. This is one of the biggest venues of its type in Russia. Opened in June 1931. Normally it's the fine art of opera and ballet that are housed in this magnificent amphitheater. But tonight it is the sweet science of the noble art of self-defense that is taking center stage. It is IBA.PRO 12. We've had 5 bouts completed already. 3 more remain. Already seen the coronation of WBA Asian champions, Asia East champions. Just as a prelude to get us in the mood for some more pugilistic action, we're going to enjoy some balletic interpretation of the sweet science of the noble art of self-defense. Enjoy.
Дамы и господа, артисты балета Самарского академического театра оперы и балета имени Дмитрия Шостаковича с хореографической миниатюрой «Вперед!» Хореография Юрия Ромашко.
Well, throughout the long, rich history of the sport of boxing, there have been several operators who have moved around the boxing ring with a balletic grace. Julio Cesar La Cruz, Lauren Price, Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, all of whom enjoyed outstanding tenures in the three-round format. There we saw some ballet dancers for real with their artistic interpretation of the sweet science.
Имени Дмитрия Шостаковича и в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ. Международная ассоциация бокса. Президент IBA Умар Назарович Кремлев, промоутер Ал Сиеста при поддержке ведущего автодилера России Рольф представляют вашему вниманию грандиозный вечер бокса в инлайн IBA.PRO 12. В нашей программе 3 зубодробительных поединка, в том числе главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Хорхе Форте, Испания, Павел Сосулин, Россия. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю вашему вниманию первый поединок основного карда. Это 6-раундовый бой в легком весе. Здесь нас ожидает противостояние боксеров из Казахстана и России. Здесь, прямо сейчас, встретятся представители двух ведущих боксерских школ мира. И первым под ваши аплодисменты добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Казахстана Adilet KURMETOV.
Well, down in the pit here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House, we have a brass band, a symphonic orchestra, and they are giving us a rendition of Gonna Fly Now, the iconic theme from the Rocky franchise, and making his way to the ring, accompanied by that inspirational anthem, is Adilet KURMETOV, 30 years of age, from Kazakhstan, no stranger to IBA events, having fought in the Kundun Fight Cup in China a year ago. He makes his way over to his corner.
Его соперник из России Pavel FEDOROV.
His opponent is also a familiar figure on IBA professional stages, Pavel FEDOROV. 6-fight record overall on the IBA.PRO stage, but he too fought on the Kundun Fight World Cup, where his opponent featured as well back in November of last year. That hasn't appeared on his IBA.PRO stage record, but again, it's an event that I commentated on, so I know that he was there. Got the biggest win of his IBA.PRO career when he outpointed the 3-time world champion, 2-time Olympic silver medalist Sofiane Oumahar of France in an incredibly competitive affair. Here he is looking to bounce back to winning ways. More on that as we go through the bout.
Представляю соперников и первым бойца слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, рост 172 сантиметра, вес 61,1 килограмма. Трехкратный чемпион Казахстана среди любителей. Финалист чемпионата Азии с профессиональным рекордом 4 боя. Во всех одержанные победы, 2 из них нокаутом. Из Усть-Каменогорска, Казахстан, Adilet KURMETOV. Его сопернику в золотом углу 28 лет. Его рост 180 сантиметров, вес 61 килограмм и 200 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса. Финалист и бронзовый призер чемпионатов России. Чемпион Сербии, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 3 боя, 3 победы. Представляющий Иваново, Россия, по прозвищу Цыганский принц Павел FEDOROV.
So Denis Lebedev in attendance, signing some gloves for fans and well-wishers. Former world champion in the professional ranks. I'm Mr. Sergei Zhurkin brings both men together for the final instructions.
Слушайте, выполняйте команды. Удачи.
So a final look at the tail of the tape between these two talented individuals in a contest made at the 61.2 kilogram lightweight division. That's 135 pounds in old money, and we are underway. What a contest we have in store here. This, an IBA.PRO contest, so won't necessarily go on the records of both boxers in the event that they don't want them to. The taller boxer, wearing white trunks trimmed with gold, is Pavel Fedorov. Born in Russia, boxed most recently on the international 3-round format stage for Serbia. Man who's just slung in a good left hook to the body, wearing black trunks trimmed with gold, is Adilet KURMETOV. Multiple national champion in the 3-round format for Kazakhstan. Fedorov competed in the 2021 World Championships for Serbia. That was in Belgrade. Silver medalist in the Russian National Championships in the 3-round format. Moved to Serbia and promptly won the Serbian National Championships a year later in 2020. After that run to the bronze medal in the Russian National Championships in 2019 at 64 kilograms light welterweight. No, a very familiar figure on the IBA.PRO stage. But let me tell you that Adilet KURMETOV, who's unbeaten in the professional ranks with a record of 5-0, and was in the ring as recently as 4 days ago, forcing a second-round retirement over his opponent in Kazakhstan. And after being out of the ring since his outing on the Kunlun Fight Cup in China in November of last year, he has been busy as though he's making up for lost time. This is his 3rd fight in 18 days. So old-timers from the boxing ring, no doubt, looking down approvingly from Fight Heaven, because that is the type of frequency that they would approve of. Good 2-shot salvo to the body from KURMETOV. When you consider that Harry Greb went 45-0, the Pittsburgh windmill in 1919 alone. Jack Marks fought 75 times in 1911. Not quite sure that KURMETOV will be able to continue this type of clip, but 3rd fight in 18 days after a lengthy break from the boxing ring, because the fight that I mentioned at the Kunlun Fight Cup in China was against the 2024 Olympic champion Erislandy Alvarez. And my goodness, he showed so much toughness and determination and skill as he slings in that left hook to the body there in a contest where he was sent to the floor in round 3 by a right cross. But he answered everything that Erislandy Alvarez slung at him. Here, Pavel Fedorov seeking to get back to winning ways after being stopped in the 2nd round of his last outing on the IBA.PRO stage in March. There's the 1st round in the book to get this 2nd portion of IBA.PRO 12 underway here at this salubrious venue, the Samara Academic Ballet and Opera House. Terrific start by Pavel Fedorov. KURMETOV, as is his wont, will always seek to answer. He's often a smaller boxer in terms of stature, not just height, but physically you see he appears to be a slighter figure than Fedorov as well. But he is incredibly competitive and game. If you hit him once, he'll seek to hit you twice, and so on and so on. So we move into the 2nd round then. Pavel Fedorov on that same night at the Kunlun Fight Cup, which was an extravaganza of combat featuring kickboxing and other martial arts as well as the 3-round stars from IBA boxing in professional contests. While he faced off against Sofian Umahar and prevailed via decision. In his last outing on the IBA Pro stage in March of this year, he was knocked out in the second round of a contest scheduled for 8 when his opponent, Georgi Chaloksayev, walked him onto a roundhouse right that dropped him, and he was in no condition to continue. So it's been a lengthy absence from the ring for him, but you can see that his skills remain intact. When a boxer's coming off effectively a single shot KO defeat like that, can sometimes be a few doubts in the mind. How will they react when they get tagged again? How will they feel being back under the ring lights after a comparatively lengthy absence? But Fedorov acquitting himself very well indeed through the first half of this second round, and indeed the first round that saw him start really brightly. Wonderful sharp shooter is Fedorov. 3-shot combination ended with the left jab. And just looking to blind his opponent with that lead left is KURMETOV. Beautiful work to the body, ending with a left uppercut to the head from Fedorov. There he's looking for the same shot once again. Was when he was looking to evade a set-up left hand from Chaloksayev, that he moved over to his right and walked. That he moved over and moved right into the roundhouse right of his opponent, that spun him around and sent him to the floor, and he was in no condition to continue to compete. There's a right hand success for KURMETOV. 3 of his 5 victories in the pro ranks in his perfect record have come inside the distance. Not necessarily a big single shot hitter, but he's a consistent puncher at his best. Beautiful left hand once again from Fedorov, and now growing in confidence and ending the round out of a low-held guard, whipping out a 3-shot combination double jab right hand on the sound of the bell. Some of the action from round number 2. KURMETOV again, the shorter boxer in there tonight, so Fedorov using his straight shots effectively, turning uppercuts underneath as well, but one thing that KURMETOV at his best will bring is a consistency of presence and pressure, knocking on the door of the fast-fisted sharpshooter that is Pavel Fedorov, and sometimes that can just play a few tricks on the mind of a boxer who is in the ascendancy. So we move into the third round then. This contest scheduled for 6. It's an IBA.PRO affair, so won't necessarily appear on the professional ledgers of these two boxers who are undefeated in the professional ranks. Pavel Fedorov made his debut back in July of 2020. Has ran off 3 wins without defeat, but since July of 2023, he's competed as a pro without the vest exclusively on IBA Pro stages. Monte Carlo, Kazakhstan, various countries in Russia, including Sepukov and the capital Moscow, where he suffered that setback. Here he is in Samara at the Academic Opera and Ballet House. And for all his experiences, as mentioned, I commentated on him from ringside at what was then the Stark Arena. It's since been redubbed the Belgrade Arena in his World Championship appearance. But I would bet he's not competed anywhere as salubrious as this. Wonderful melding of the arts, the noble art and the fine arts of ballet and opera taking place in the saloons of this magnificent venue here tonight. Nice right hand lead and then spinning off the line from Fedorov. Changing direction effectively, looking to bob and weave his way forwards is KURMETOV. But doing an outstanding job of maintaining the movement both left and right is Fedorov, and I think there was just a little subtle glance over his shoulder as if to say to KURMETOV, you're going to have to be more accurate than that if you hope to tag me, because he's proving to be a really dynamic figure tonight on his return to the ring since his inside the distance defeat in March. KURMETOV with a brief pocket of success, but answering back immediately and having a more sustained burst of success is Fedorov. Left hook to the body ended that exchange from KURMETOV.
Не толкаемся.
Both men in search of backhands. Good left hook to the body from KURMETOV. Oh, that's a wonderful right hand lead. He beats his man to the punch. It was a counter, having drawn the lead from Fedorov, and furled a straight right which checked the chin of Fedorov. And I mentioned that suffering a single shot KO defeat can sometimes place some demons into the mind of a boxer returning to the ring. And if there are any ghosts, well, perhaps they've been exercised by coming through that chin check of a right cross from Adilet KURMETOV. Timed his shot beautifully, landed on the chin of Fedorov, but he took it well, kept his shape, and continued to compete. Some of the action from that round of boxing. KURMETOV finding a home for his overhand right. Fedorov was the busier boxer, not often putting full purchase onto his shots, but touching him consistently. Look at that for a flurry of unanswered punches. KURMETOV, as is his wont in that third round, was competitive, did answer back, but I'm not sure he did enough to win the round. As we go into the second half of this lightweight contest scheduled for 6. Each man making the 61.2 kilogram, 135 pound limit. Fedorov bang on, and let KURMETOV 61.1 kilograms. But again, when you look at the statures of the men, and this was precisely the case when he boxed against the Olympic champ Erislandy Alvarez from Cuba, he just gives the impression that he's maybe a weight division smaller than his opponent. But you simply cannot say that about his intangibles of competitiveness and tolerance to pain, and his willingness to fight through difficult moments. Trying to use his footwork to cut off the ring. There you see him trying that sneaky right hand counter over the top once again. Fedorov is back skimming the ropes before getting back to the space of the outer edges of center ring. Oh, there's another booming overhand right from KURMETOV. Put his man on the ropes, brought him square to make it a full-size target. And he was reaching over the top with that single right hand. But again, Fedorov taking it well. So he's passing the chin check. And in the same moment, he's ticking those boxes and erasing any doubt that may have been lingering in the recesses of his mind after being stopped by Georgi Cheloksayev back in March. Because sometimes, of course, professional boxing history tells us that once a fighter has been iced, they are seldom the same thereafter. Can be a physical thing, of course. Oftentimes it's a psychological thing. But as is always the case, there have been exceptions to that rule. When Roberto Duran was put face first on the floor in his contest against Thomas Hitman Hearns, he returned to world title glory once again and pushed the late great Marvin Hagler all 15 rounds. Beautiful right hand from Fedorov, but then answering back with a flurry of his own is KURMETOV. Manny Pacquiao was put face first on the floor by Juan Manuel Marquez, returned to winning ways seemingly showing no ill effects from that devastating one-punch KO loss in the final bout of his 4-round series against Juan Manuel Marquez. So there's the 10-second clap, her closing stages of round number 4, and it's been another competitive round. And on the 10-second clapper, picking up the punch output is Pavel Fedorov to make it a strong conclusion. Punches without reply to conclude this stanza from Fedorov. Adilet KURMETOV landing some effective singles and clusters of his own. Some of the action from round number 4. Fedorov working that lead left hand beautifully, showing good variety on it. How about that for a two-piece combination? Left jab, right cross, straight down the middle. KURMETOV still in there competing. But I happen to think that he's losing the contest with 6 minutes of boxing scheduled to remain. So into round number 5 we go. Pavel Fedorov immediately out onto the front foot once again, snapping out a trip hammer of a lead left hand. Introduced as being from Russia tonight. Of course, he was born in Russia, in Kokhma. But as mentioned, in recent times has been billed out of Belgrade, and that's where he's been residing, because he's just changing angles with a little shuffle in front of his man. KURMETOV just pressing leather at the moment. There he put more purchase onto that overhand right, but it was partially defended by the gloves of Fedorov, who scores with the left hook, which came behind a right uppercut, which was just off the mark. Half cover guard being adopted by Fedorov. Cross-arm defense, seeking to protect the torso, the chin tucked down on the chest and behind the shoulders. Beautiful left jab to the body, pushing off the back foot to land with it from Fedorov. And again, KURMETOV is no doubting the man's quality and his ability to put punches together, but I think he's just waiting too long here. Again, being put on the end of punches without reply, did employ good head movement to make the final shot miss. There's a sneaky right hand again, and he's used that sneak approach to good effect. There he scores with an overhand right once more. But I simply don't think there has been enough consistent, effective offense for KURMETOV for him to be ahead in this contest with a round and a half remaining. So presenting the mirage of an open target by dropping his hands and seeking to slip and slide away from the punches. Beautiful 6-punch combination ended with a double left hand, the final shot of which was an uppercut turned in between the high hard gloves of KURMETOV. He's just got to be busier here as he reaches for a single right cross to the body. There's the sneaky right hand over the top once again from KURMETOV, and he has used that tactic repeatedly to good success throughout this contest. Now getting on the front foot, bustling after his man, burst of punches down to the body, countering immediately is Fedorov. You mentioned the fact that it's been an incredibly busy period of bouts for KURMETOV. So ring rust, no danger of being shrouded by that, but look at that 3-punch combination it brings, and a round of applause from this knowledgeable crowd as Fedorov making like Vasyl Lomachenko and indeed Erislandy Alvarez by seeking to play matador, dropping his hands, walking back to his corner and saying to his opponent, bring it to me and I'll show you how effective my reflexes and defenses are. Not falling into that trap, KURMETOV wasn't interested, but I think he's conceded another round. Fedorov flowing beautifully on this, his return to action after being stopped in the second round back in March in Moscow. Take a look at some of the action. Here's the sneaky right hand over the top once again. On at least 5 occasions, KURMETOV has used that tactic. There an example of the punch picking in combination fashion from Fedorov. KURMETOV with his best burst of the entire round, but looking to have the final word with more quality sharpshooting was Fedorov.
Шестой раунд. Samara, поддержите боксера.
So we move into the sixth and final round then. And the boxers up on the elevated stage of the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House, producing a wonderfully skillful affair for the fans in attendance here. So KURMETOV, for what it's worth, I feel he's training. I get the impression that he must feel that way too, because he's come out with far more urgency to begin this final round. But now Fedorov can enter almost bout management mode. Stay out of harm's way. Don't run onto a stray elbow or a recklessly thrown head. Don't pick up any injuries. Of course, you don't want to invoke the ire of the referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin, and pick up an infraction for not engaging. But the onus is all on Adilet KURMETOV from Kazakhstan, the man in the black trunks trimmed with gold, to close the distance and try and get his man out of there inside the distance, because he must be trailing on the scorecards with 5 rounds in the book. Good right hand to the body from KURMETOV, but Fedorov doing a good job keeping the movement going laterally, both left and right. Roundhouse right to the ribcage from KURMETOV. Single right hand lead from Fedorov was countered by a 2-shot salvo from the man from Kazakhstan. Boxers just trading misses before Fedorov looking to turn a right uppercut underneath to catch the advancing KURMETOV. So again, just trying to draw that lead that he can counter KURMETOV, but with a minute remaining, the clock is very much his foe. Because with every elapsing second, Fedorov is edging closer towards the winning post. What a 2-shot combination. Left hook, right uppercut, and the right uppercut fairly lifted Adilet KURMETOV off his feet. But he kept his boxing stance beneath him upon coming back down to earth. And it's just testament to this man's incredible toughness. Chin check once again as his head was put on a swivel by that rapid fire left hook. And there's no change in the man's expression. So composed under fire. But I think it's going to be another contest where he's acquitted himself incredibly well on the IBA stage. But it's not going to be enough to have his hand raised as the victor. So there's the 10-second clapper, and Fedorov, upon the sound of the clapper, is picking up his punch output once again, peppering his man with a jab, making him miss them, making him pay to complete the fistic equation. Let the bell sound to conclude the contest. And Pavel Fedorov surely back in the win column here after being defeated for the first time on the IBA.PRO stage last time out. Well, he passed the psychological check because KURMETOV did pose some questions from the second round on, launching sneaky backhands that were thrown in with bad intentions and plenty of accuracy. But he came through those moments. Take a look at the right uppercut underneath, and there was the right uppercut that lifted the man off his feet. Left hook, right uppercut, and his feet left the canvas, momentarily launched into orbit here. But again, no visible signs of distress or discomfort betrayed by Adilet KURMETOV. One well-conditioned, prideful and tough competitive boxer. But I don't think he's going to be declared the victor here tonight, because that man in the white corner, Pavel Fedorov, found his range, distance and timing pretty quickly. And I think he's back in the win column. Just awaiting official confirmation. After 6 rounds of boxing on the IBA.PRO stage here in Samara.
Дамы и господа, в этом ярком поединке двух больших мастеров своего дела. Единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал Павел, цыганский принц Федоров!
So Pavel Fedorov all smiles at having been declared a unanimous point decision victor over the incredibly tough, well-conditioned Adilet KURMETOV of Kazakhstan. That nightmare start to the calendar year behind him, and has returned to winning ways here on the IBA.PRO stage. He and his team absolutely delighted. Adilet KURMETOV, as ever, has given a fantastic account of himself, but not busy enough to hope to be declared as the victor here tonight. And wonderful to see that sportsmanship between he and Pavel Fedorov as we enjoy some of the highlights from that 6-round lightweight contest designated as an IBA.PRO bout. Well, right from the opening bell, Pavel Fedorov was accurate with his shot selection. KURMETOV was able to land some really eye-catching right crosses over the top. But that is how Fedorov went about his work from practically the opening bell to last. Punches coming in combination fashion, doubling up shots from particularly the left hand, and there was the right uppercut that lifted his opponent off his feet in the final round. Wonderful shot selection, and came through being buzzed by several single right crosses over the top that were snuck in by Adilet KURMETOV. And near the moment of confirmation, unconfined joy etched all over the face of Pavel Fedorov, who's a winner once again.
Дамы и господа, это Винлайн IBA.PRO 12, и мы продолжаем. На очереди главное событие вечера – 10-раундовый бой в полутяжелом весе. И первым, добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, боксер, представляющий Исламскую Республику Иран. Приветствуйте, Meysam Geshlagi!
So into the arena is the experienced figure of Meysam Geshlagi. Brings to the ring an 8-bout professional record composed of 5 wins, 4 of them inside the distance, 2 losses and a draw. Last in the ring as a professional as recently as August, but he's another man who switches between the 3-round format of IBA and Olympic-style boxing and the professional ranks, and this is a marauding, big-hitting brawler possessed of plenty of skill.
Прямо сейчас займет золотой угол ринга. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте, боксер из России, Али Измайлов!
His opponent is the undefeated Ali Izmailov from Ulugbek in Russia, resides in Detroit, Michigan, in the United States of America. A perfect professional record, 13 fights, 13 wins, and 9 of them inside the distance for a 69% KO ratio. Indeed, none of his opponents have been able to hold him back, because this man is a heavy-handed operator. But he's not all about offense. He utilizes the shoulder roll, slick on the inside as well, but he is heavy-handed indeed. I've seen him knock out opponents with body shots perfectly placed, and he continuing his ascent up the rankings as he makes his way over to the gold corner.
Главное событие вечера – 10-раундовый поединок в полутяжелом весе. Представляю участников боя, первый бойца в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, рост 178 сантиметров, официальный вес 82 килограмма и 50 граммов. Финалист чемпионата Азии среди любителей. Его рекорд насчитывает 8 боев, 5 побед при 2 поражениях и 1 ничьей, 4 яркие победы нокаутом, представляющий Байнорд Иран, Meysam Geshlagi. Его сопернику в золотом углу 32 года. Рост 182 сантиметра, вес 79,4 килограмма. Мастер спорта России. Бронзовый призер чемпионата России, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 13 боев. Во всех одержанные победы 9 ярких побед нокаутом. Экс-чемпион WBO Global в полутяжелом весе. Действующий чемпион IBF USBA в полутяжелом весе. Представляющий Ulugbek, Ингушетия, Россия, Али Измайлов! Рефери поединка Дмитрий BOLTAEV.
Gentlemen, listen to my command, follow the rules. Touch the gloves. Okay. Готовы?
So there is the tale of the tape
Готовы?
between these two muscular light heavyweights ahead of this contest scheduled
Ready?
for 10 3-minute rounds.
Box.
What a contest we have in store here. It's in the 79.4 or 1 kilogram or 175 pound light heavyweight division between two heavy-handed individuals. The man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is Meysam Geshlagi, 27 years of age, from Iran, former continental silver medalist in the 3-round format of IBA boxing, claiming that title in addition in 2021 in Jordan, where he was edged out by the KURMETOV of Uzbekistan in the final on a 3-2 split. That gives you an idea as to this man's quality. Followed it up with a quarter-final run in the following year's continental event. Competed in the 2023 World Championships in Tashkent in Uzbekistan and attempted to qualify for the Olympics, only to be edged out at the quarter-final stage of the final qualifier in Bangkok. His opponent is Ali Izmailov, 32 years of age, scores with a good left jab to the body. 13 fights in his professional career after making his debut in August of 2019. He's boxed his pro career, the majority of his pro career, in the United States, back boxing on Russian soil for the first time since March of 2020. But he's claimed continental titles. The IBF USBA crown is one that he snared and has defended successfully. Very patient individual. Now resides in Detroit. So we've got the deeper professional experience of the shaven-headed figure, Ali Izmailov, against the greater depth of three-round experience on the global and continental stage that has been accrued by Meysam Geshlagi. I was anticipating a thunderous start between these two, but testament to their patience. They're trying to work their way into range before they let heavy leather go, and that's often the case when you get two heavy-handed knockout artists so respectful of the firepower that may be coming back. It can be a little more tepid than one anticipated. But there Geshlagi trying to get busy. Nice defense on the inside as we see that shoulder roll, that Philly shell being employed by Izmailov. So the first round in the book. Some of the action from the opening round. Left hook success for Izmailov. Left jab success during that sequence for Geshlagi. So we move into the second round of a light heavyweight contest that is scheduled for 10. Good jab to the body by the shaven-headed figure, Ali Izmailov. When he's over in the United States of America, the man in his corner is John David Jackson, former two-weight world champion, who's had a whole host of outstanding fighters under his auspices as a trainer, including Nate Galaxy Campbell, Bernard Hopkins briefly, Sergey Kovalev, Randall Bailey. So he's learning a whole heap on the man who, underneath the man who was the inaugural WBO light middleweight champ. Followed that up with a middleweight title for the WBA as well. But not in his corner tonight. But it's Izmailov on the front foot as Geshlagi, aware of that, comes forward behind a right cross and kept the attack going. Mention the fact that Geshlagi competed in Tashkent in the most recent edition of the World Championships during the course of that brilliant 2021 that he enjoyed, where he took that continental silver from the Asian Championships in Jordan. He was outpointed at the World Championships in the Serbian capital, Belgrade, by the man who would go on to claim silver, Alexei Alfirov of Belarus. seen Alfierov on the Champions Night stage in his home nation. Geshlagi getting onto the front foot and targeting the body effectively. But both his trainer, John David Jackson, and his promoter, Dmitry Salita, and of course promoters are bound to back their man, that's part of what they do. But they feel that the hands of the shaven-headed figure, Ali Izmailov, are so heavy and he's such a composed, skillful operator that he is ready for the best. Oh, that's a clumping roundhouse right landed by Izmailov. But to their point and to that punch, they feel that his hands are so heavy and he possesses such concussive, fight-ending power that he is ready for the very best in the business. And remember, the light heavyweight division absolutely stacked. Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, the Mexican monster David Benavidez. Beneath them, you've got men like Anthony Yarde, who's facing off against Benavidez next month in Saudi Arabia. A whole host of outstanding fighters. Dmitry Salita, the former world title challenger, and Ali Izmailov feel that, John David Jackson feel that Ali Izmailov is ready for that caliber of opponent. But here he is on the IBA.PRO stage, just takes a good right hand from Geshlagi, but fires straight back with an authoritative jab. He's leaning back that shaven head out of the way of incoming fire, doing so in a straight line on occasion. Will Geshlagi process that information and look to double up the attack and catch him in a compromised defensive position? Here's an example of the composure under fire from Izmailov. But again, pulling that head back in a straight line. Geshlagi intelligently dropping down to the body. There. Operating out of the shell, turning. Chin clamped against his chest while answering the telephone with that right hand to fend off the incoming hook. So into the third round of a scheduled 10 we go, and now Izmailov onto the front foot, stalking his man. Geshlagi up on his toes, which isn't the posture we see him adopt too often. He's the man normally seeking to be the flat-footed destroyer, applying front foot pressure. Good left jab shot out by Izmailov. Drops down to the body, perhaps in a bid to slow down the movement that is being demonstrated by Geshlagi. Might be a little bit of a stretch to call it twinkle-toed, but he's gliding around the boxing ring effectively here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House, perhaps taking some inspiration from the ballet dancers who opened this portion of the show. This is our penultimate contest, bout number 7 of an 8-fight card. And now sitting down on his shots a little more while shooting out that jab was Geshlagi. Now he's back up on his toes, moving laterally left and right. Thrusting jab scored to the body from Izmailov. Good block of the incoming jab with the right hand from Izmailov. And again, applying pressure with his presence and his feet now, keeping Geshlagi pegged towards the perimeter of the boxing ring and just quickening his feet and increasing the pressure, steadily turning the thumb screws. And not just the movement, but the concentration to keep this shaven-headed figure at bay will all be taxing the energy levels of Geshlagi. There's another single lead left from Izmailov, which was heavy and accurate once more. So now Geshlagi seeking to push his man backwards. Izmailov refusing to give ground, standing his ground, double left hook, body then head from Geshlagi, before Izmailov getting back onto the front foot once again. Long bridging his man with the jab, that illegal of course. Mr. Dmitry BOLTAEV on that infraction in a flash, looking to bring the punches up from body to head was Geshlagi. So a little bit of a change of approach from Geshlagi. Started the round up on his toes. Now looking to walk his man down and push him backwards towards the perimeter of the boxing ring. Good burst of punches in that 4-shot combination to the body from Geshlagi. Efficient movement being produced by Izmailov. Third round in the books. Some of the action from that third round, a round in which Meysam Geshlagi gliding around the boxing ring, laterally both left and right to begin the round, but then as the round progressed, got back to the posture that we are more accustomed to seeing him adopt, and that was on the front foot, looking to back his man up. But no change in the expression of Ali Izmailov. Despite the pressure he was placed under at the end of the round, and I'm not sure there was enough of the pressure in that round to give it to Geshlagi after he spent the first maybe 2 minutes of the round on his toes and often being pushed back as as Izmailov dialed up the pressure.
No wrestling, no wrestling. Stop.
Well, the instructions from referee Mr. Dmitry Boldriev clear. No wrestling during that coming together between these two strong light heavyweight boxers. Geshlagi was just over the 79.4 light heavyweight limit, coming in at 82.05 kilograms. So, but in non-title bouts, that is permitted. As Izmailov trying to ride those shots, but was caught by an overhand right, followed by a left hook on the inside, and Geshlagi driving his man backwards towards the neutral corner. He's using the ropes to steady himself was Izmailov. A bit of a mouse developing beneath his right eye. There he gets that right glove up to his temple to ward off the incoming fire once again, Geshlagi. And this is the posture we're used to seeing him adopt in 3-round boxing. Meysam Geshlagi. So halfway through this 4th round, mention the fact that Geshlagi was just over the 79.4 kilogram light heavyweight limit. Izmailov was bang on 79.4 kilograms. Good left jab upstairs, right hook to the body from Izmailov, and then a left hook to the body, right hand over the top from Geshlagi. And this is the type of contest we anticipated from the opening bell between these two hard-hitting boxer punchers. Yesterday's weigh-in was a rather generous gesture from Mr. Izmailov, presenting his opponent with clothing. Good right uppercut on the inside. I think he's got a clothing sponsor that ensures he's always fresh. If we were to rate his drip, he gave a bag full of clothes to Meysam Geshlagi, and also presented a bag to Mr. Al Siesta, the promoter of note of IBA.PRO 12 here in Samara. Right uppercut sought underneath by Geshlagi. Oh, that is a good right hand from Geshlagi. Now he is beginning to push back the shaven-headed figure, who seldomly takes a backward step unless it's of his own volition. Geshlagi looking for uppercuts on the inside, trying to create room for his punches. Here's the bell to conclude the 3rd round, and this one heating up. Bit of a phone booth brawl during the majority, or for large portions of that 4th round.
Bend your head, you bend your head, okay? Okay. No wrestling, no punching, okay?
So some of the action from round number 4 as Geshlagi got onto the front foot, seeking to pin his opponent against the ropes. Turn uppercuts underneath and hooks around the corner, and on that occasion he was able to do exactly that.
Box.
So we move into round number 5. It's a light heavyweight contest scheduled for 10. Geshlagi, look at how he's moving to his right to just prevent or try to cut off any lateral movement that IZMAILOV looking to employ. Again, the bodies of these men are so compact that when he puts his gloves up around his temples like that and bends over at the waist, there's very little to aim at. Mention the fact, or we've been mentioning throughout this broadcast, that in this era of boxing, it's not unusual for boxers to switch. As IZMAILOV scores with a good left jab to the body, but it's not unusual for boxers to switch between 3-round IBA boxing and the professional ranks. He was last in the ring as a pro when he scored a spectacular KO in August, right here in Russia, Geshlagi. But then, since then, he was back in the ring in the 3-round format at the World Boxing Championships in Liverpool, organized under World Boxing. Lost in the first preliminary round to the man from Albania, Mardoche. But now he's back on the 3-round, on the pro stage of IBA.PRO boxing, and acquitting himself very well indeed against one of the best light heavyweight contenders in the world. Good right hand to the body scored by Geshlagi, who's operating as a southpaw right now as he bustles his way forwards and scores effectively downstairs once again. And there's a 2-shot combination, left hook, right hand, and there's another right hand. And all of a sudden, IZMAILOV looking just a little uncomfortable, reddening around that shaven head because he's been touched up with some heavy leather by the 2021 Asian Continental silver medalist. He's put under pressure once again. Doesn't really give away anything with his body language or facial expressions, IZMAILOV. But through 2.5 minutes of this round, Geshlagi seeking to bustle his way forwards. And he's been the man looking to apply pressure. Three-shot combination. Left hand to the head, right hand to the body, left hand to the head from IZMAILOV. Round number 5 in the books, a very good round for Meysam Geshlagi. Some of the action from round number 5, where Geshlagi was able to get onto the front foot, walk his man down, back him up, and keep him under pressure with his consistent punch output, fighting out of that crouch. Again, good composure demonstrated by IZMAILOV. Never unduly ruffled. As we prepare to go into the second half of the contest. So 5 rounds completed, a potential 5 rounds remain in this light heavyweight contest scheduled for 10. The start of the bout was a rather circumspect affair. Each man perhaps respectful, maybe even wary of the power possessed in the fists of their opponents. And then in the second round, or in one of the earlier rounds, It was Geshlagi up on his toes, gliding around the boxing ring here at the Samara Ballet House. But now, the more we go through the contest, the more it is beginning to resemble what we anticipated, and that is pressure being applied by Meysam Geshlagi. Ali Izmailov hasn't elected to fight fire with fire. He's keeping his composure wonderfully. But again, with a minute gone in this 6th round, he's touched his opponent, but he hasn't really put much on his punches as he's caught with a left uppercut while again finding himself on the ropes. Turns the tables cleverly, fires back with an educated right hand lead out of that orthodox stance. It's the 4th consecutive contest here in Russia for Meysam Geshlagi in the professional ranks. He's found it. I'm not quite sure how I would characterize it as a hunting ground, because he drew his first contest here against the undefeated Andrei Stotsky back in November of last year. Then he, despite dropping his opponent, the undefeated Savali Sadoma, he dropped him with a heavy right hand in round 3, dropped a split decision then, but bounced back with a spectacular inside the distance win, scoring a 3rd round TKO in a contest scheduled for 8. That was left hand perhaps a little bit low from Geshlagi, but no complaints from Izmailov. Digging down to the body once again, Geshlagi. Left hook upstairs, followed by a right hook from Izmailov.
No wrestling. Stop! Stop!
And Izmailov.
It's not wrestling, it's boxing. Okay?
Well, those instructions couldn't be clearer. I say instructions, it's perhaps more admonishment from referee Mr. Dmitry Boldriev. But when he went the distance for the 3rd time, most recent time he's gone the full course against Charles Foster. Wasn't criticism, but Izmailov, who had been knocking everybody out on such a consistent basis, did receive a few choice pieces of commentary from the online crowd. But Foster, he said, was really negative, and unbeknown to everybody, even his trainer John David Jackson, he was ill going into that contest. So not able to produce back in June of 2023 at the level that had become so readily associated with him.
Okay? Okay? And don't bend your head. No.
Well, referee Mr. Dmitry Boldriev making his way over to Geshlagi's corner and reminding him once again that he wants to see less of the mauling and the grappling on the inside. But in between those bouts of wrestling at close quarters, there was plenty of accurate punch picking, particularly at close range from Geshlagi. Educated jab from Izmailov, but look at that ending the exchange, that hard left hook dug into the body. So we're moving to round number 7, and I just wonder at what point is Izmailov going to seek to assert himself in this contest here. He's content to play the back foot boxer and flick out jabs like that. When I say flick out, he's so heavy-handed that they're going to be loaded with pop and power by the time they arrive at their destination. But remember, some judges favor aggression. Effective aggression it has to be, of course. But through this passage of the round, the 40 seconds that we've witnessed, and I know back foot boxing is an art in itself, but it looks as though there is one man trying to make the fight, and that is Meysam Geshlagi, the 3-round IBA format specialist from Iran. 2-shot salvo punctuated by a hard right hand from Geshlagi. And Izmailov, who's normally, he's not anything other than composed here, but on the back foot consistently. From Geshlagi's point of view, it's difficult to KO a man who is moving backwards. And from Izmailov's point of view, it's difficult to score a KO if you are moving backwards.
No wrestling. Stop.
So halfway through this 7th round, as Geshlagi continuing to seek to apply pressure. Izmailov initiating that clinch.
No wrestling, no wrestling. Okay.
And the referee reminding both men once again that he wants to see less grappling. Sneaky right hand fired out of the orthodox stance under resumption from Izmailov, but finding himself backed up to the ropes once again by another furious fusillade of punches from both flanks from Meysam Geshlagi. Quality single right hand lead out of the orthodox stance from Izmailov. Now the two men finding themselves clamped chest to chest once again.
Okay.
But the man stepping back into the breach and breaking the standoff by letting his hands go first is Meysam Geshlagi, and that has been the pattern of this contest from at least about round number 4 onwards. Quality right uppercut scored on the inside from Izmailov, then turned his man cleverly after enjoying success prior to that. Counter left hook wasn't too far away from Izmailov, showing his quality in the face of this pressure that Meysam Geshlagi is seeking to apply. Quality left hook once again, twice in quick succession from Izmailov, and that is a terrific conclusion to the round from Ali Izmailov in the face of the front foot pressure being applied by Meysam Geshlagi. He kept his cool, picked his spot, and was able to score with some cracking quality single punches. Some of the action from round number 7. Pressure being applied by Geshlagi, but ghosting away with Izmailov, and look at him turn the tables there, but not before he was picked off by a shot. But there, left hook on the inside, looking to slip out of the way of the counter, may have eaten a left uppercut. But at the conclusion of the round, for my money, there were some real quality punches picked by Izmailov as we move into the 8th round. Intriguing contest, this one, because from about the 3rd round onwards, so from round 4 onwards, once 3 rounds were in the book, it's Geshlagi who's been the front foot stalker here. Good defenses with his right glove to fend off the incoming jab from Izmailov. And many observers, myself included, do talk about the power, because it's so intoxicating, from Izmailov, but he's been at pains to point out that he possesses good defensive skills, which we have acknowledged as well, operating out of that Philly shell and using that shoulder roll, his calmness, his composure under pressure. And he's keen to point out that he possesses a fantastic ring IQ. Now, we've seen those qualities tonight, but have we seen enough offense? Certainly did that in the closing stages, or produced that in the closing stages of round number 7. And there again, double jab to the body. First one to the abdomen, second one to the chest plate of the advancing Geshlagi. So for Geshlagi, he's got to make sure that he doesn't become one-dimensional and one-paced here. He steps back into the breach, only to be picked off by a check left hook from Izmailov, who spun off the line, but the two men increasingly finding themselves entwined on the inside once again. Well, I wonder at what point Mr. Dmitry BOLTAEV is going to lose his patience with one of these boxers and dock a point. Beautiful double left hand from Izmailov once more, looking for a counter left hand after the right hand from Geshlagi was short. Well, he's been speaking to both men, but increasingly the admonishment is being directed towards Meysam Geshlagi. And so the man who is ideally built for bombing away on the inside, perhaps feeling that part of his armory is having its wings clipped here, because when he gets inside, that's the telling off that he's invariably receiving from the referee, Mr. Dmitry BOLTAEV. And look, right here, he should be getting those hands free and digging away downstairs. But instead, he's keen to show the ref that he's not the guilty party in terms of applying the clamp. Fatigue will becoming an increasing factor now. You can hear their exhalations audible when they fall together on the inside from the effects mic. Effects mics that are placed above the ring at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. And again, IZMAILOV just showing perhaps his deeper level of professional experience here. This man so much experience in the 3-round format with World Championship appearances in Belgrade 2021 and Tashkent 2023, Olympic qualifiers in Thailand last year, and he's really sucking in oxygen, trying to get his energy levels back to as close as optimal as they can be after 8 completed rounds of boxing. But IZMAILOV, very efficient display. And he's turned things back around for my money after being outworked through the middle rounds. In the last couple of rounds, his quality of punch picking has been eye-catching and notable indeed. So, can Geshlagi do something to seize the momentum? Because for my money, that quality lies with IZMAILOV. Hasn't done anything discernibly different, but he's just increased his quality, scored with eye-catching singles. His defenses have been effective as you see him warding off those backhands being slung in by Geshlagi. And in the meantime, he is snapping out an incessant jab from those muscular shoulders. Geshlagi perhaps sensing that the momentum has slipped, marauding his way forwards and ends with a 2-shot combination to the body, the final one of which might have been low on the blind side of the referee. Left hook landing on the golden belt line of IZMAILOV. But again, no complaint from the man from Ulugbek, based in Detroit in the United States. So credit to Geshlagi, because there's been a quickening of the tempo here in a bid to get himself back in contention. 6 rounds of boxing potentially remaining, the finish line in the distance. And again, when sharing the ring, oh, now that is a clear shot after the command of stop from Geshlagi, and he must be boxing on the edge of the rule book. Sharp left hand from IZMAILOV, but countered by a flurry of punches from Geshlagi, and Geshlagi picking up the tempo once again, scores with a cracking right cross on the inside. And now IZMAILOV looking to box off the back foot, chopping left hand not too far away, followed by a cuffing right hook, but then finding his back against the ropes and looking to dig downstairs was Geshlagi. Good right hand to the body once again from Geshlagi. Counter left hand not too far away from IZMAILOV. Now it's IZMAILOV looking to edge his way forward. Only to find Geshlagi on his chest once again, and these body punches absolutely being ripped downstairs by both boxers. And the crowd appreciating this hard-fought tussle that they're witnessing in the light heavyweight division. Looking for a Hollywood right uppercut was IZMAILOV. Left hook with his back against the ropes in the face of the advancing Geshlagi. And more wrestling tactics on the inside in evidence once more. Headlock being applied by Geshlagi, putting all of his 82.05 kilograms onto the neck of IZMAILOV, and that is a tactic that can fatigue a fighter rapidly. There's a good right hand. Came behind a double jab which was off the mark, but the right hand was right on the money from Geshlagi. IZMAILOV seeking to counter as the bell sounded to conclude round number 9.
Last round, touch gloves. И он тоже нарушает. Я ему тоже говорил.
Let's take a look at some of the action from round number 9. Geshlagi got back to his front foot pressure after being picked off by some quality singles in rounds 7 and 8 by Izmailov. That was a shot on the break. That could well be a case of sorry, not sorry. It's a good job that Izmailov has a sturdy set of whiskers serving as punch resistance, because he barely blinked having taken that left hook. We move into the 10th and final round. What a heavyweight, light heavyweight contest this has been so far. Two compact, muscular, light heavyweight box punches. First round was rather circumspect as each man perhaps reticent to let their hands go, wary of what might come back. Then in the second round we saw the really rare spectacle, rare as hen's teeth, of Geshlagi up on his toes and gliding laterally around the boxing ring. But thereafter it has settled into the type of contest we anticipated. Although having said that, Izmailov has spent far more time on the back foot than I thought he would. In rounds 7 and 8 there was some real quality in evidence from Izmailov. Singles like that left hook right there. In round 9, Geshlagi swarmed his way back into the contest after the momentum perhaps shifted in Izmailov's favor. And so we come down to the 10th and final round in a contest that, for my money, is really close. You can make an argument for both boxers. Left hook is a clever shot once again, see, because Izmailov's successes have often been of the single shot variety, but the man taking the fight to his opponent. And there's another example, right cross landed without reply from Izmailov. But swarming his way forwards with marauding attacks has been Geshlagi, and when he has landed, it's been punches in bunches. And even when they haven't landed, he's given the impression of being the busier boxer. So how will the 3 scoring judges see it if indeed we go to the 10-round distance just beyond the halfway stage of this final round? Again, something I find rather surprising to see to see Izmailov on the back foot as much as he has been on the back foot tonight. But he's keen to demonstrate that he's not just a power punching slugger, which of course aren't bad qualities to possess. But as he played into Geshlagi's hands here tonight by conceding ground and allowing himself to be backed up. Approaching 30 seconds remaining in the final round. And remember, every modicum of success that Izmailov has enjoyed has been cheered to the rafters here at the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House. Even though he resides in the United States, he is the home fighter, and he is being encouraged enthusiastically by the fans in attendance here in these salubrious halls. So there's the 10-second clapper, and now both men standing toe-to-toe. Cuffing right hook landed on the inside by Izmailov. And on the bell, both men letting their hands go right up until the conclusion of the contest. Well, that is a really intriguing bout. And again, look at the body language, and it's often so instructive from boxers, because it was a rather subdued performance overall from Ali Izmailov. There were pockets of quality, like that right uppercut turned underneath there. But the greater volume of success, the greater volume of punches thrown came from Meysam Geshlagi, for my money. I think it's incredibly close, but if I had to put my money on one boxer, I think it would be the man from Iran.
И промоутер и генеральный директор IBA.PRO а также
Denis looking on. So these perhaps going to be nervous moments for the boxers here now, because the presentation party has just been introduced. Then it's a rather pensive look on the face of Ali Izmailov. But has he done enough? Geshlagi through those middle rounds, was on the front foot, taking it to IZMAILOV. And he was in no doubt when the bell sounded that he had done enough, and I am inclined to agree. Very close contest. I've got it 6-4 in favor of Geshlagi, but that could well be, well, it is irrelevant because the verdict will come down to the observations of the 3 scoring judges who are using the 10-point must system. And again, some of the rounds very close. Which way were the close rounds scored? Could well be split. Again, could be unanimous if all of the close rounds were scored in one direction. Here's the verdict.
Прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим боксерам. Итак, по завершении 10 ярчайших раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1 – 97-93. Судья 2 – 96-94. Судья 3 – 97-93. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающий поражений Али Измайлов.
Well, Ali Izmailov declared a unanimous point decision victor over the incredibly game Meysam Geshlagi, the 2 men combining to produce a fantastic contest. Very competitive indeed. The fans in the house here in Samara, delighted that it's the home boxer who has been declared as the victor. Not the most demonstrative of characters, but it's a rather subdued Ali Izmailov who's accepting the plaudits of that unanimous points decision verdict.
Леонид Михайлович и Дмитрий Игоревич. Дмитрий Игоревич нет здесь, да? Так, дайте мне. Леонид Михайлович Кац, правильно? Я вас поздравляю, во-первых, за участие в нашем турнире IBA.PRO в первом. Невероятная поддержка от вас была. Вам понравилось, честно скажите?
Да, конечно. Все понравилось.
Спасибо огромное. Ваша ООО Ambient Group – это наш партнер IBA.PRO и нашего турнира. От всей души благодарю вас. Вот вам почетная грамота от АС. Она очень много означает, я вам обещаю. Очень скромный человек, но очень добрый, серьезный и профессиональный. Благодарю вас еще раз. Спасибо. Мистер Исаев, вы моя легенда. Я тот иппон на Олимпиаде помню, на очень давно запомнил. Я сам очень люблю дзюдо. Это для меня большая честь иметь на турнире вот нашего чемпиона олимпийского. Благодарю вас, спасибо от всей души.
Спасибо большое за теплые слова. Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Вы знаете, на самом деле, я впервые вижу, как в театре проходят спортивные события. И скажу, что, наверное, вид из царской ложи очень прекрасен. Поэтому, видите, не только можно совместить культуру в этом прекрасном зале, но и спорт. Это всегда, я думаю, что было рядом. Творчество и спорт, они всегда были с друг другом рядом. Поэтому всем хорошего вечера, красивых боев. И, конечно же, я поздравляю тех ребят, которые сегодня выступили здесь. Действительно, был очень такой конкурентный, равный, тяжелый бой. И нашего гостя из Республики Иран тоже можно очень сильно похвалить. Он отдал все свои силы, показал характер. Вот. И хочу пожелать вам всем большой удачи и на мировой арене.
Огромное вам спасибо. Дмитрий Кудряшов, Russian Hammer, русская кувалда, прямо здесь. Добро пожаловать на стадион, друг мой.
Я приветствую всех любителей бокса, несмотря на то, что мы находимся в театре. Точнее, мы находимся в театре и видим вот эту настоящую драму на ринге. За это, я думаю, нужно выразить огромную благодарность боксерам, потому что они устраивают это для нас. Бокс высочайшего уровня. Спасибо Альберту Сиесто. Его я знаю, наверное, с начала своей боксерской карьеры, и он всегда за такие жесткие противостояния. Поэтому я уверен, что вам всем понравилось, что происходит здесь в ринге. И всем людям, которые поддерживают бокс, которые смотрят, любят бокс, хочется сказать огромное спасибо. И чтобы на этом ваша поддержка не заканчивалась и наш любимый вид спорта развивался.
А что касается совмещения искусства и спорта, в IBA.PRO все возможно. Умар Назарович, спасибо за эту идею совмещения. Благодарю вас. Все. До скорых встреч. До следующего боя, друзья.
So words of support from the presentation party, including CEO of IBA.PRO Boxing and tonight's promoter, Mr. Alcieste, Dmitry Kidriashov, the Russian Hammer, challenger for the World Cruiserweight title back in 2017 during the World Boxing Super Series for the Muhammad Ali Trophy. He on hand with words of encouragement for tonight's boxers as well. In our most recent contest was Ali Izmailov, who was declared a unanimous point decision victor after a very close, hard-fought contest against Meysam. Up next, our final bout of the evening.
Неповторимую атмосферу в зале Самарский концертный духовой оркестр, художественный руководитель и главный дирижер Сергей Рыбин. Дамы и господа, из Самарского академического театра оперы и балета имени Дмитрия Шостаковича и в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ Главное событие вечера бокса. Винлайн IBA.PRO 12. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Сегодня в этих потрясающих декорациях мы продемонстрируем искусство совершенно иной природы. Таких эмоций эта сцена еще не знала, потому что их невозможно сыграть. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга боксер из Испании Хорхе Фортеа.
So the Symphony Orchestra providing a rousing ring walk anthem for Jorge Fortea, a man from Valencia in Spain. 34 years of age, brings to the ring a 30-bout professional record, 25 wins, 10 of them inside the distance, 4 losses, 3 of those have come by the short route and a draw. And of his 4 losses, 3 of them have come when fighting outside of his homeland. So perhaps not auguring well for Fortea when you consider who will be coming out of the other corner.
Его соперник, действующий чемпион из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Павел Сосулин!
Because emerging from the gold corner will be the estimable figure of Pavel Sassoulin, undefeated in the professional ranks and on the IBA.PRO stage, to which he is no stranger. Short walk to the boxing ring in between the ropes. Pavel Sassoulin, who's coming off the back of a great win over Magomed Kurbanov, WBA eliminator back in July of this year. Went the 12-round distance on that occasion. And so the man in the upper echelon of the world rankings seeking to consolidate his standing now against Jorge Fortea.
10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Супервайзер IBA Максим Черныковцев, Молдова. Рефери поединка Семен Стахеев, Россия. Итак, дамы и господа, для обоих участников этого поединка звучат национальные гимны их стран. И первым звучит национальный гимн Королевства Испания. Дамы и господа, в исполнении солиста Самарского академического театра оперы и балета имени Дмитрия Шостаковича Степана Волкова звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Россия священная наша держава, Россия.
Incredibly rousing renditions of both national anthems ahead of our final bout of IBA
Итак,
Pro
дамы и
12.
господа, время боя пришло. Представляю соперников и первым бойца в черном углу. Ему 34 года, рост 180 сантиметров, вес 69,9 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 30 боев, 25 побед, 4 поражения и 1 ничья, 10 ярких побед нокаутом. Он владел поясами чемпиона WBC Latino и IBF International в первом среднем весе, представляющий Суэка, Испания, Хорхе Фортеа. Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу, 29 лет. Рост 180 сантиметров, вес также 69,9 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса. Чемпион России среди профессионалов и любителей с безупречным рекордом. 12 боев, 12 побед, 6 из них нокаутом. Чемпион WBA Asia в первом среднем весе. Чемпион WBA Gold в первом среднем весе. Чемпион Европы IBA и чемпион IBA.PRO Intercontinental. Второй номер рейтинга WBA в первом среднем весе. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, по прозвищу Мекс, Павел Сасулин.
So Mr. Semen Stakiev, the third man in the ring ahead of our final bout of the evening. It's in the 154-pound super welterweight or light middleweight division between Pavel Sasulin and Jorge Fortea. So we're underway then. Two incredibly talented boxers facing off in a contest of high stakes here in our show close-up. The IBA Intercontinental belt is on the line. That is currently held by the man wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold. That is Pavel Sasulin, an undefeated professional with a record of 12-0 away from the IBA Pro stage, but he has competed extensively on the IBA Pro stage. Most recently in April, when he stopped Lucas Ariel Bastida of Argentina at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa with a 9th round stoppage on IBA Pro 3. Really educated performance. I commentated on that in January. It was on the IBA Pro stage against the undefeated Filipino Carlo Baccardo. Two unbeatens going head to head in the Armenian capital in Yerevan. And he took him out in the 3rd round, scheduled for 10. Terrific body puncher, wonderfully composed. Jorge Fortea, 30 bouts into his professional career now after having made his debut in December of 2009. But again, of the 4 losses that he's endured, 3 of them have come overseas. Losing to Anthony Fowler, World Championship bronze medalist, remember. Good double left hook. Head upstairs and downstairs from Fortea. But that record suggests that he doesn't necessarily travel well. So Sasulin, we seek to test the man's resolve and conditioning and punch resistance here in his home nation, the man from St. Petersburg, who has picked up so many accolades and titles and indeed precious positions in rankings, because his last victory over Magomed Kurbanov, remember, who had only lost to Israel Madrimov prior to that, entering the contest at 26-1, or by prevailing on that split decision victory in Yekaterinburg. That was an eliminator for the WBA title at 154 pounds super welterweight or light middleweight, depending on your terminology. Of course, wasn't specified as to whether it's a final eliminator, but it certainly gives you an idea of of the echelons in which Sasulin is presiding, as you see him dropping downstairs effectively after Fortea enjoyed some success. Beautiful body punching once again in rapid fire fashion from Sasulin before ending with jabs. High tempo opening round, Sasulin concluding it in impressive fashion. Some of the action from that first round. Effective defensive between those high-held gloves, but Sasulin keeping the attack going and able to penetrate the gloves and forearms of Fortea. Fortea gamely waving his man in. You see that left hook to the body. One wonders whether Sasulin and his team have been studying Fortea's most recent loss, which came back in December of 2023, because on that outing in the United States against the Puerto Rican Xander Zayas, it was body shots that put paid to his effort for the NABF super welterweight crown. Dropped in the first round with a left hook to the body, and then it was a sustained attack to the body in the fifth round that caused him to take a knee for the second time, and he was unable to beat the count. Had a long time out of the ring after that setback, returning in April of this year. We posted a 6-round stoppage in a contest scheduled for 6 against the journeyman Ruben Angulo, his compatriot from Spain. Again, look at the manner in which he's able to just pick up the tempo and the power through that combination. Sasulin testing the man down to the body once again, and so it brought the hands down, perhaps a little bit of a reaction on a shot that may have been borderline. Double right hand, body then head, and Fortea digs in a good right hand behind the left elbow of Sasulin, but Sasulin standing his ground. Quick-fisted flurry from Fortea once again. But it's Sasulin, wonderful right hand, and look how it's reddened the left side of Fortea's face. That close quarter punch picking, really impressive from Sasulin. Looking to pull the left glove down and then working the body effectively. Fortea gets himself off the ropes and fires back, showing his competitive spirit. But beyond the halfway stage, he's got to be doing more as he lands another good left hand, good right hand to the body and turned it into a right hand to the chin. So Fortea, former Spanish welterweight national champion, this one up at super welterweight, 154 pounds, or 69.9 kilograms. Well, that's been called a low blow from Sasulin, sporting touch of gloves upon the resumption after the intervention of the referee. Digging downstairs with terrific effectiveness once again is Sasulin, and a clever right uppercut in between the forearms of Fortea. Closing seconds of this second round, and it's Sasulin, the busier boxer, but Fortea remaining competitive. Look at that for a double jab, body then head, answering with the same variety of jab. Is Fortea, and there's the vulnerability to the body that has been explored and exposed once again. The man from Spain folded like a flimsy deck chair, and he's not going to beat the count. Writhing in agony after a single shot to the body brought about a reaction, crumpling his man to the canvas, and he was unable to beat the referee's count, which told to 10. Pavel Sasulin remains undefeated on the IBA.PRO stage. A really efficient outing, getting his man out of there in a blink. Pavel Sasulin incredibly composed, and we mentioned the fact that in his last defeat against Xander Zayas, it was body shots that did the damage. and we posed the question whether Sasulin and his team had watched it, and there is the right hook right into the abdomen that caused the man to turn away and crumple down to the canvas. Terrific punch picking just above the belt line, and it took all of the resistance out of Jorge Fortea, whose excursions overseas result in a defeat once again. But no shame in losing to Pavel Sasulin, because this is a young man on the rise who is going places. Absolute delight between he and his corner team, because the plan was executed to perfection. Pavel Sasulin just enjoying the compliments and well wishes that he is receiving from everyone associated, including that trainer of note up in his gold corner. Job well done, Pavel Sasulin. This was more than a keep busy fight against the experienced operator Jorge Fortea. He suggested there might be a vulnerability downstairs to the body in the makeup of Jorge Fortea. Sasulin tested it, touching him repeatedly downstairs, and what proved to be the finishing right hand was a peach of a punch. And the pain of a body shot is something that stays with you, and if you get hit in the right spot, it can have a paralyzing effect, completely robbing the stricken fighter of all of their movement. So it has proved tonight. Not like a shot to the head that can turn the lights out if you get hit on the point of the chin, but it's a debilitating, paralyzing pain that can be completely incapacitating. Here are the particulars.
Ваши аплодисменты двум воинам, которые подарили нам пусть и короткий, но очень яркий спектакль. Спасибо. Итак, рефери боя Семен Стахеев остановил поединок на отметке 2 минуты и 59 секунд второго раунда. Победу нокаутом одержал и остается не знающим поражений обладателем пояса IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Павел «Мекс» Сасулин!
So, Pavel Sasulin, a KO winner of the former Spanish welterweight champion Jorge Fortea. He successfully retains that beautiful IBA Intercontinental strap with another really impressive display. Absolutely nothing that Fortea could do to beat the count, having been blitzed to the body by an absolutely perfectly placed right hand. Good to see that he's okay and moving under his own steam. But to the victor, the spoils. And it is St. Petersburg's Pavel Sasulin in the presence of Denis Lebedev, just drinking in this moment of victory. All of the hard work in camp, all of the isolation, all of the sacrifice, worth it for this moment. No doubt, because he's a true fighter, he'll be right back in the gym as soon as possible, just waiting for that opportunity to get that shot at the big time, which he may well have earned by prevailing in that WBA eliminator last time out against Magomed Kurbanov. So some of the action from what was a very brief night indeed of work from Pavel Sasulin. Jorge Fortea showed his quality. He scored with a good right hook to the body, repeatedly behind the left elbow of Sasulin. But Sasulin was able to fly through the gears, brought the hands up by scoring to the head first, and then in between the gloves to the abdomen, sinking it in, and it doubled over Jorge Fortea like an accordion, and he was unable to beat the count. Yeah, the moment of confirmation, the victory announced by Alexander Fedorov, our MC tonight. give us a spectacular conclusion to IBA Pro 12 here at the Sadama Academic Opera and Ballet House. So that wraps up the proceedings from what has been a magnificent night of boxing here on IBA Pro 12. As we leave you with images from some of the action we enjoyed tonight. 8 bouts featuring boxers at different stages of their careers. Davlat BOLTAEV, the Olympic bronze medalist from Paris last year, with a spectacular first round KO to claim the WBA Asia title against the former world title challenger Dilan PRASOVIC. Basir ABAKAROV prevailing in a heavyweight division, in a heavyweight contest on his return to the ring. But it was non-stop action from opening bell to last, concluding with a spectacular KO victory for Pavel Sasulin. Pavel Fedorov getting back to winning ways. A fantastic two-way action contest in the light heavyweight division between Ali Izmailov and Meysam. And then this was the denouement, the finish of our 8th and final bout of the evening, seeing Pavel Sasulin successfully retain his IBA Intercontinental title. So on behalf of the entire team that brought you this show of IBA Pro 12 from the Samara Academic Opera and Ballet House, it just remains for me, Ronald McIntosh, to say thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you again very soon for more boxing from the IBA Professional Series. Bye for now.
The time has come